Hello. I'm a wee bit late because I woke up. Okay, so my headphones were not connected. Let me just reconnect them. I woke up like an hour ago. Let's actually connect my headphones this time. My settings. Let's connect.
Thank you. Where are you, Jonah? Hello. Um, this is a mess. I woke up like an hour ago. I got breakfast here waiting. Come on. Hi. Hi. Ew. That way. Hello. I can't hear you. I don't know. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. So
Yes.
apparently my microphone registers as two different microphones, and I have to, like, it's selected the standard one, but I have to go to communication. I
Yes.
guess.
Yes, Kirsty, I'm on the same right one. My offense, I woke up an hour ago.
Less than that, pretty much on the minute, on the dot, you texted. I just woke up.
Um, yeah, I am having coffee, so hopefully. I'm gonna try and write today.
What you write?
MCU stuff.
Of course. Why am I even asking?
I am obsessed with John Walker, okay? I watched Thunderbolts for the third time last night.
Wow.
Right, like all my streams just hate Jonah.
Yeah,
They used to hate
yeah,
me, but now they hate Jonah.
yeah. Now that your internet is fixed, it's the tech that hates me. But to be fair, tech hates me in whatever stream I'm in. So it's not a you thing, it's a me thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Go watch Thunderbolts to everyone watching. It is so good. It made me be obsessed with the blonde man.
I don't get the hate for blonde people. They can be attractive too.
Yes, however, as a former blonde, um,
Listen, if people don't like blondes, then there is more John Constantine for me, and I'm fine with that.
that's very fair. I do mainly play up the joke because people do joke about it, but I do like quite a few blonde men. I'm not as obsessed about them as I am with dark-haired men.
Uh,
However, John Walker, Wyatt Russell is.
listen. I'm not saying that I can't lust after a dark-haired man, okay? I love me. I love the little scruff, like when they like have like 2 days on that shape. That's what gets me. And you just don't see that when they are blonde.
Yeah.
Doesn't work as much.
I know, Cassie. I was platinum blonde when I was born. I was platinum blonde for most of my life, and then it darkened.
Couldn't be me. My whole family is
Yes, you
blonde. Like
are beautiful. You are beautiful. Blonde women are so fucking hot. Blonde men. I think it's mainly blonde men that try to have
it
the
depends.
stubble because like it they it,
I would actually say it depends for for blonde men, it depends on the structure of their hair. When they have
Yeah.
really thin hair, it's just ugly. But if they have like thick hair and then they have like a good cared for blonde,
Yes.
yes.
Absolutely.
My
I
whole
agree.
family, my whole family actually is blonde. And then there's me with like dark brown. Like literally I had teachers ask me if I'm adopted because of that. Because my whole family is blonde, has blue eyes, and needs glasses. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
me, shitty brown eyes, shitty brown hair, no needs for glasses. Literally, my eye color is the color of shit.
Bro, I wish I had brown eyes because looking at the sky with blue eyes makes my eyes hurt.
You want to switch because I want blue eyes. I actually
Yeah,
want gray eyes, but that's
gray is a subset of blue.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, my dad was born with like platinum blonde, and now he's like fully black.
Hmm.
So I was fully expecting my hair to darken.
Here's the funny thing. I was born blonde.
Yeah,
I was born blonde. By the time I hit elementary school at age 6, I had like a reddish brown going on. Then puberty hit, and now I'm just dark.
yeah. Blonde hair tends to darken when you grow up for some reason.
Yeah, but it's like my male spawn point had the same thing. Like there are baby pictures of him where he was also blonde, and then when he fathered me, he basically had black hair. So there is a chance that I'm going even darker.
Yeah. Kirsty was born with snow white hair. Now it's a light blonde when I let the natural color grow. I find it so weird that hair goes from platinum to brown. My mum, Gran, and I are all. Oh, I'm like, yeah. I think it also depends on if you care for it, right?
Mhm.
I definitely did not care for my hair. I still don't.
I mean, even if you would have cared for it the right way, you would not be blonde
No.
at this point.
Yeah.
You would be at the reddish brown stage at this point.
Yeah, I wouldn't be as dark as I am.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but for me it wasn't a thing of like caring for it because of the history of my of 50% of my genetics, I knew I would end up darker.
Yeah.
So,
It's
and
like
the
my
rest of me is
brother's.
also darker, so I knew it was coming. Not
Yeah,
that
my
I ever
brother.
cared for my hair being blonde in the first place when I was a child. I started caring about my hair when it was already brown, so
Yeah. Yeah, my brother's like still blonde.
mm,
I hate him, and he does not look good blonde, so I'm very happy about that.
yeah. My
Um,
sibling did that weird thing. They were blonde for most of their life, and then when they started coloring their hair, like they still cared for their hair, but when they started coloring it, it started to darken. But they are
yeah,
still blonde. They're just like a couple notches darker than they were before. It's very weird. They also had like a weird phase where their hair was not blonde or brown. Like they were blonde, then they had weird reddish curls, like they were almost a true redhead. Then they went blonde again, and now it's like this very dirty blonde when they don't do anything to their hair. It is very weird.
yeah. It's 90% genetics. The majority of babies have lighter hair, even
Yeah.
platinum, because they have no melatonin. But as hair is exposed to light, the genetics take over and darkens it. Yeah,
That's also why all babies are born, well, most babies are born with blue eyes and then they darken to brown. Like I
yeah,
was born with blue eyes.
yeah. I was born with blue eyes. I still have blue eyes.
I don't.
Um, yeah, they're like so blue. There's been a lot of hate around blue eyes recently. I've
Why
seen
though?
on TikTok.
Why though?
It's definitely the opposite of like like when I was younger, it was the brown eyes that were getting shat
Yeah.
on. It's like reversed.
Yeah, but why?
I have no idea. So I think all eyes are very pretty.
I don't get a hate for eye colors anyway. Like
No.
it's literally the one thing. I mean, I guess there is like this genetic thing where you can like lighten your eyes back to blue, but it's incredibly dangerous.
Yeah.
Like you can't change your fucking eye color.
Yeah. It's just insane. There's like a lot of like really popular TikToks of like the blue eye stare. It's like I don't know how to describe it. Um, I don't know. It's just getting a lot of hate recently, and it sucks.
Very weird.
It's the same with like blonde men, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm not
Yeah.
fully awake if you haven't realized.
Oh, it is very obvious. The hate for blonde men comes from book talk though.
Yes, it
Like
does.
the second where everyone was like writing a love V with like a blonde good guy and a dark haired bad boy. Since then, everyone hates the blonde guy.
Yeah.
It's like,
But talking
but like,
ruins a lot of
why?
things.
What did the blonde guy do wrong?
Yeah. Everyone's like, oh, I hate all blonde love interests except Aaron Warner. It was like,
Okay.
it's like Tahira Murphy did the opposite, where the shit guy was the dark haired guy.
Literally, it got so extreme that at one point I thought about like making the love interest purposefully blonde and blonder.
Yeah.
But then the trend with the white and silver hair started, and I'm like, okay, now you're all backpedaling. You are aware that white is a light color of hair. Like, what is your problem, y'all?
Yeah. Blondes are overrated. They're more sensitive to light, tend to get cancer more, and are more easily damaged. It's not a win for us blondes. No, it's not. My mum didn't know about the sensitivity to light.
Mm,
I told her it was like because of the cloud cover, it's like bright, you know. Um, and my mum mentioned it this morning, and I was like, yeah, but it sucks because it hurts. It's like brown-eyed people don't have this.
stop. Hammer time. It's also an autism thing.
Yeah.
Your pupils can't constrict enough when you have autism because I also get blinded by the fucking sky. Fun fact, the Lightbringer series by Brent Weeks actually uses that. Like the magic system is based on the light spectrum. You can see certain light spectrum, and when you are born with lighter eyes, you are inherently stronger because you can absorb more light through your eyes in the first place.
Yeah. I
Kind of
love it
cool.
when we get a surprise blonde villain thrown at us. Victor Vale, hello. I don't know who that
Listen,
is.
I take Victor Vale over Eli Ever any time of the week. Like,
I don't know who those are.
Eli can fuck off. I don't like Eli, but Victor, Victor, Victor.
Yeah, I don't know who those are.
V.E. Schwab, Vicious and Vengeful. You could have so much fun with that. You know
I
why?
have that.
The books are described as if Magneto and Professor X were even more toxic to each other. And if they were both villains, it's confirmed that they are not attracted to each other, but it's the unhealthy obsession, like in Hannibal, with each other. It's very good, and I can only recommend reading it. Also, Kirsty V. Schwab announced she's done with the draft for Victorious. She finished the draft for Victorious, book 3 in the series.
Nice. Yeah, it's somewhere here. I haven't looked at my books in a while.
Hmm.
So my V-Shop hardcovers are right there, but I don't know where my paperbacks are.
Yeah, but
Like I said,
Wizards and Vengeful could be right up your alley, especially right now because you're in such a Marvel thing.
true. Yeah. Um, but I've fucking Elena joined. Hello.
No.
Um, Elena is reading Game of Thrones by George R. Martin. He has announced that he's probably never going to finish the series.
He had a crash out a couple of days
He
ago.
did.
That was like he ripped everyone a new one. Honestly, valid.
Yes,
Honestly,
I knew the
valid.
books weren't coming, which is why I'm not reading them.
Yeah.
But the amount of people that think that like he owes them those books.
Like the entitlement.
Mm-hmm.
Like even like like the same people who bitch about Gur Martin not finishing his book also bitch about Patrick Rothfuss. Patrick Rothfuss actively stole money from people.
Right.
George R. R. Martin never did that. Like, people need to calm their titties.
Yeah, like honestly, it's like we've known it's not coming. When did the last book come out?
13 years ago.
Yeah, it's been 13 years since the last book. You really think he's writing the next one?
Like he said, he did write most of it, but now he is stuck because he killed a character in like a couple of books back that he now realized is the only character that could write him out of this hole. So now he has to find a workaround, and he just can't. And
Yeah.
he's a discovery writer. He has no idea. He didn't know at the time that he would need this character again. And honestly, the amount of details that he did manage to get right in the books, like, also the man is old. Leave him alone.
Right, like honestly, we've known he's not finishing it.
But also, like, people screaming for, yeah, then do what Robert Jordan did. Robert Jordan knew he was going to die. Like,
Yeah, he died.
he had like Robert Jordan knew he was going to die because he had like a diagnosis. So he made plans instead of writing the next book. He made detailed plans for Brandon Sanderson, so Brandon Sanderson could pick up the work and finish it. And even though these plans existed, people who read the Wheel of Time, like, it shows that that a different person wrote the book.
Yeah,
And George R. R. Martin physically can't make these detailed notes because he himself has no idea where the journey is going. So
no,
there is no one who can finish it out. If you want someone to finish it out, write a fucking fan fiction. Read a
right,
fucking fan fiction.
right.
But
Like,
like even if we get the Winds of Winter, the last book, Dream of Spring, will not happen.
no.
The man will die before that book is done. And that is not because I wish him to die or he is eternally sick or something. He's just old. People
Yeah,
die.
it's like, Jesus Christ.
The entitlement of some people to shit
Right.
like that is just. I mean, I'm the first person to bitch about that Brian McClellan isn't getting his ass in gear to write book 2 and is dilly dallying around with writing novellas in the universe no one cares about. But like, I know he's writing the book, and if I knew, okay, he has like this horrible diagnosis going on, I would like. I'm not pressuring the man. For me, it's a joke. But
Yeah,
the people who aren't Game of Thrones are just bitching. They're just little bitches.
yeah. It's like we know. There's something I wish would die off, Harry Potter.
Yes. Oh my god. I feel so sorry for these 3 children.
Yes.
Like, even if the whole fan base can behave and not attack these children,
Right.
this is a stain on their reputation.
Yeah.
Like, they worked actively on Harry Potter, even though it is public knowledge that JK is using the funds she's getting from that for anti-trans stuff. Like,
The
certain
adults,
people in Hollywood will not work with these children going forward just
yes.
because they were part of this. And they
Yes.
probably
That
didn't
was
have a single say in the matter because this is all
no.
the parents.
Do not blame the children that are working on this because they were probably like they were either too young to know what's going on, or they were forced to do these roles by their parents or guardians or whatever.
Yeah.
Blame the adults that are doing it. Blame Tom fucking Felton.
That man is so desperate. Like, even Rupert found work outside of Harry Potter. It's just sad because he wasn't a bad actor. Like, he could have gotten a career out of that.
No, but he was so obsessed with his role as
Yeah.
Draco. He's fucking Draco Malfoy in the Flash series. He is the same man.
It's just sad because that man
It's
actually had
sad.
potential. Like,
He did, but he's just fucking thrown all out. Because like he's going on to Broadway to be Draco Malfoy in The Cursed Child,
I saw that. I'm
and
like,
he's probably going to be cast as Lucius Malfoy because he's been campaigning to be Lucius Malfoy.
it's
Like,
that man is
God,
just sad in the most pathetic way
it
possible.
is.
Like at
It is.
11 years
He's very
old,
wrong.
he was put on J.K. Rowling's shoe, like when you sit on the foot of your parents and he never let go. He grew up on that leg and he just never let go.
Yeah. The big thing people that sorry, I need to read what that says. The big thing people are screwing over is the fact he's released a different book and the crowd has gone insane at him, not realizing that working on something else can help remove the block. Yeah, which is why when I have a block, I read.
Yeah, Wild Cards. I actually read like a couple of chapters of Wild Cards. It's actually good. It's
Yeah.
fun. Like people should read that.
Yeah. Like, yeah, it's sucky, and if he's never going to write it, just say that it is done and no more, which he's just done. It's the leaving it without giving closure that enrages me. Stop with false hope. It's like super popular TV shows. Just say they cancelled and move on. Maybe in 10 years do a surprise with finished release, but at least in the meantime, people won't be waiting.
Yeah.
Like, he's just said that he's never going to finish it.
Yeah. Well, he didn't straight out say he's not going to ever finish it. I'm pretty sure the way he phrased it was like to punch all those people who poke him about the book. That's
Yeah.
like he just shut up. I'm never going to finish it. So that they shut up. I still think he's going to keep working on it. I still think he's trying
Yeah,
to publish it.
he's
But like the fact that people are demanding it now, now,
yeah.
that's what just got him so angry. And I mean, again, it's a valid crash out. It's a totally valid crash out. I like that about George R. R. Martin. Like with House of the Dragon, he had crash outs. Like he was ranting against the writers because they cut out like important pieces without realizing what kind of repercussions that would have. Like they cut out a very important character that is now not there to die in the next season, which would be the catalyst for a whole storyline that is kind of important because it solves the whole issue of the show, like the premise, and they cut out the character who is the catalyst to fixing the issue.
Yeah.
And Gur Martin was like, yeah, they didn't want to pay another child actor who had to be on set for like 2 minutes because he's a fucking baby.
Yeah. I was mainly referring to Rothfuss for that second bit.
Yeah, that one too. Yeah,
But I do think Martin should just make a solid statement of I'm not finishing it and then keep working on it to shut everyone up. Lol.
I mean that's basically what Martin did.
Yeah.
He said, "I'm not going to finish that book anytime soon." So
And
stop.
if I finish this one, I'm not going to finish the next one.
Yeah, he basically said he's going to die before he's finishing the series.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, he probably will. He's already at the age where people just die.
Yeah. How old is he?
He's like, isn't he like in his 80s already?
George R. R. Martin is 76. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but he's at the
Yeah,
age where
he's
people just start spontaneously dying.
yeah.
And I mean,
But
if you look at the man, he is not the healthiest person ever. Like he's just a normal dude, but like
once you reach like 69, that is
nice.
you you basically you basically like everything after that is like, oh fuck, I'm not dead yet.
Yeah. And again, like he's a regular dude. He's not super
Yeah.
fit. He's not into any health thingies. He's not investing his money into transfusing the blood of his 17-year-old son back into his body. Like he's just a guy. So there is and he just opened a restaurant. Like he's just a guy. There is a chance that he just drops dead at some point.
It's the fact that yeah, he's saying it, but still giving some hope that he will do it. So I don't really think he is.
I
It's
don't
like
yeah,
it's him saying I'm probably never gonna finish this book. And if
Yeah.
I do end up finishing this book, I'm not gonna finish the
Yeah.
next one.
I don't think he's like still giving people hope. That the way he phrased everything was more like shut the fuck up and leave me the fuck alone,
Yeah.
because if you keep poking me, I have to spend my energy on you poking me instead of writing the fucking book. It's more
Yeah.
like telling a child off, well, let me do this and then we can play.
Yeah. Whereas Wallace is
Yeah.
just toying with people. Yeah.
Yeah, like he ran so many fundraisers for bullshit that was actually in his name, and he said, "Yeah, I will reward you with a chapter." The chapter never happened. That man is not sitting and working at the book. George R. R. Martin, I can see that he every now and then inspiration strikes, and he's sitting down and actually tries to write it. But Patrick Rothfuss, I know he's not touching that book. I just know he's not touching that. So yeah.
I wanted to read Name of the Wind, but after seeing the way he's treating the fans, I will not support him. Yeah.
Same. I
No.
wanted to read it, and then I was like, okay, I wait until the next book is out, because that was back when he said it's going to happen. And then the whole shit with the fundraisers and that the stuff actually was on his name and I think on his mom's name. I was like, yeah, no. Even if this is a complete series, I'm not spending money on that.
Yeah.
So,
Yes, Name of the Wind is my uncle's favorite book.
yeah, I heard it is really good. That is why I wanted to pick it up.
Huh.
But if the author is behaving so badly, thanks.
I'm
But
just
no
going
thanks.
with the kind of people I know where even that, because they're not getting a definitive 100%, no, they will keep pushing him. And it isn't fair on him to keep having that stress. No, but
Yeah.
that's on the people, that's not on him, though.
Yeah. And I mean, it's a joke, and it's kind of funny to say, like it's like the still a better love story than Twilight.
Yeah.
Like
One of my
it will still
favorite.
come out before the next the next Game of Thrones book, and it will still come out before the next GTA. That's like a joke, but
Yeah.
on that level it's fine. But if you
Yeah.
start actually pestering George R. R. Martin, and if you actually get angry about this book not being out yet, what the fuck is your problem?
I need, like, this thing is out before Elder Scrolls 6 to also become a meme because it's been longer since Skyrim than GTA 5.
Wasn't that the same thing with like the Kingdom Hearts? Kingdom Hearts 3, wasn't it also like it just never happened until it did?
Yeah.
Listen, I'm still holding out for another Deus Ex and another Dishonored game, okay? The
Right.
studio that made Dishonored doesn't exist anymore, but I'm still I'm still hoping.
Yes. Apparently they're working on Elder Scrolls 6, but
I mean, apparently they're also working on GTA 6, so who knows?
right.
Apparently,
But
Rothfuss is working on that fucking book.
right, but GTA 5 came out after Skyrim, so I need Elder Scrolls 6 to become the meme. I can't believe we got this Elder Scrolls 6. I think people are doing it because he keeps re-releasing Skyrim and then re-release Oblivion.
Yeah. I had to think about you, by the way, because Elden Ring Night Rain happened.
Yeah.
It came out, and I'm a huge Elden Ring stan.
Yes.
And this new DLC, you play the tutorial, and then you get teleported away, and literally the first line, the new Firekeeper is telling to you, "Ah, you're awake." And I'm like, "Ah,
Hey,
is that from
you're
Skyrim?
totally
Is that
awake.
like I did the Leonardo DiCaprio? That's Skyrim."
They've been working on Elder Scrolls 6 for 10 years. It's never happening. They released that fuck ass teaser fucking 7 years ago. Yes, they said it was coming.
Hilarious.
They were gonna start working on it after Starfield came out. And then now they're waiting for the next console,
The next what?
the next generation of consoles.
Ah. Yeah, and
Um,
then it's not going to happen, and then there's yeah, like now we can wait for PlayStation 6. Oh no, it's a new system. We have to completely redo the whole game.
yeah,
Shucks.
yeah. So I'm not expecting it to come out, but I want it to because I
Listen,
need more. Um,
listen. listen. Sometimes you gotta be a bit delusional for your own mental health.
Right.
Ugh. Yeah, speaking of Night Rain, I have a stream in the background. Someone, like one of my favorite Elden Ring streamers, just sat his ass down and was like, "I'm playing this game front to back in one sitting." The stream is 12 hours long.
Nice. They literally give a tiny trailer, and when we get too antsy, they release a screenshot or two and hope that pleases us enough. Right.
I
Right.
mean, at this point, after 10 years, scraps is better than nothing.
Right. That tiny trailer came out in 2018.
Bitch.
7 years ago. I was still a minor.
Big oaf.
I was
Big oaf.
17.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do today.
Yeah.
I
I
already
have
finished Network Effect earlier today on walkies.
I need to I need to figure out a couple OCs that I've started working on, and then I can start writing this thing. But I'm currently doing a watch through of the MCU so that I have everything planned in. But I can start with Captain America, because that's basically just adding in Kitty for the tour stuff, because that's all she's in, right?
No. Agent Carter exists?
Kitty is my OC.
Oh. I was a different Kitty.
That's Peggy.
Okay. Yeah, it's Penny, and then there's also Kitty, what's her name, from the X-Men universe. By the
Yes,
way,
Kitty.
Elliot Page,
Right.
because now we have the X-Men in and the Avengers in one universe.
Yeah, I
Elliot
heard
Page
he said he wants to come
because
back.
we're dealing with the fucking multiverse, that he would be open to rephrase his role as Kitty, but like from a multiverse version where she's a guy.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I'm like,
nice.
yes,
Because
please.
I watched Days of Future Past yesterday. No, Tuesday, because I watched Thunderbolts yesterday.
Listen, I need that to happen because
Yeah,
besides my favorite
I saw
iteration
that.
of the Nightcrawler
Yes,
and my
Alan
favorite,
Cummings was coming back.
like I need Elliot Page to become Kevin, whatever his name is. I don't
Price.
know. Yeah, Kevin, right? Make him Kevin. Make him Kit Kat. I don't know. Make him just Kit.
Yeah.
Kit.
Yes,
K-I-T. That's a name. Just go with
yes.
Kit. It's fine.
I'm editing my May wrap up, filming my Adventure Farm wrap up, and need How to Fight Your Neighbor and Win a Wager.
Yes.
Yeah,
Good book.
I am. I'm doing like a full multiverse watch through, so I'm watching the X-Men right now. I have like an entire spreadsheet with all the TV shows and all the movies, in order with all of the gaps and stuff, because Agents of Shield mentions all the shit that happens in the movies.
Can you see that? That's my Marvel shelf.
Nice. I'm using my mum's the Disney Plus. But yeah, I've got like the Spider-Man, the Fantastic Four. I cannot wait for Fantastic Four to come out next month. Pedro Pascal.
Have you seen that one interview he did? Like
With
some late night show host asked him, so if everything about Mr. Fantastic stretches, and Pedro was like, I mean, everything has to stretch. While he was wearing a shirt that said adult content.
amazing.
I love this
Also,
man
Joseph
so
Quinn
much.
is Johnny Storm.
I love this man so much.
He's amazing. I love him. Did you see that clip of him saying he's a 50-year-old bougie bitch?
Yes. That, and I saw that it was an interview with A24 for the movie where he is with Chris Evans and the other
Yes, I
lady,
saw clips from that.
and they were, and I don't even remember what the question was. I just remember him being like, I can't say that on television, and then he whispers to her and she whispers to Chris, and he's like, oh. That man is such a submissive slut. He basically told them that he's either a service top or a serving bottom. Like,
He's a service switch. I love him.
I just love this man so much.
He's so amazing. I love him.
I love this man so much. I also think he gives amazing hugs, and I just want to know: is he an amazing hugger?
I think he is.
He looks like
it.
he looks like one, right?
Yeah. But I just can't wait. It's on a Friday, so I am going day of. Like I did with Thunderbolts. But I am so excited for that movie. I am. I was very delusional and thought that we were going to have John Krasinski back as Mr. Fantastic because he was Mr. Fantastic in the Multiverse of Madness.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, he's a big actor. They're not going to waste him on a 5-minute cameo, and then they wasted him on a 5-minute cameo.
I mean, sometimes the actors themselves want to do those 5-minute cameos.
Yeah.
When they like
Yeah, it's true. It's like with the people, with the Doctor Who fans saying, it's like, oh, they really brought back Rose Tyler as the Doctor, and before bringing back Martha Jones. It's like, does Freema Dima want to come back? That's the question.
I don't want either of them to come back, honestly.
Right.
I liked what they did, but no, just hand off the torch to someone else. People want to see Daniel Radcliffe as the Doctor, and honestly, yes.
Yeah.
I want to see Daniel Radcliffe as the fucking Doctor.
I definitely like it. Rose Tyler as the Doctor is absolutely nostalgia bait.
Yeah.
It's also
especially
the way I think they're going to explain it is that he used the heart of the TARDIS to regenerate, so it kind of like
it's also the fact like they brought that in with when they made Capaldi the Doctor, that's when they seeded that he is regenerating into faces he has seen before. Yeah. Because Capaldi was in that very famous Roman episode. And also I want to see Daniel Radcliffe.
Yes.
For 2 reasons. A, because Daniel Radcliffe is a fucking great actor, and people only see him as Harry Potter or the guy who does very weird stuff. And I mean, good on Daniel Radcliffe that he's using all that money to do whatever the fuck he wants. But I want to see him as a Doctor because he's actually a good actor. And B, because it would be the most ginormous fuck you to JK. Because Doctor Who is one of the gayest shows I've ever seen.
Absolutely.
Also, I need to highlight this. Why the fuck did they cut Ncuti's stand as the Doctor so short? He had shorter episodes. He
wanted to leave.
But why did he want to leave?
I have seen, like, Christopher Eccleston had the same problems with RTD. So it's definitely RTD, but Ncuti was supposed to have another season, but he cut it short. Probably because of RTD.
That's what I mean, that the environment there for certain people is just so disgusting that they have to cut it short. With Christopher Eccleston, it didn't show that much because Christopher Eccleston, he is loud. Like, he will tell you how he feels things. And he is a white man. So people were like, yeah, okay, they just didn't vibe, whatever. But now, you know, what exactly is the issue that we're having here? You know?
Right. So it's like people wanting John Barrowman back, despite everything John Barrowman did.
Listen, I'm a Torchwood fan. I liked Torchwood. I actually watched Torchwood before I knew what Doctor Who was.
Yeah.
And I liked that. And I also kind of like what he did in Arrow, like the show.
Yeah,
Arrow.
He was fantastic in Arrow.
But that was
John Barrowman is a very bad person.
Yeah, he's a good actor, but he's a shitty person.
Yes.
So that is where you have to separate things. I had the Torchwood DVD set. I don't know where it is, but I have the full like DVD box set, including Children of Earth. I had that
Yeah.
before I knew, so I'm fine with
Yeah.
consuming that.
Like I'm fine with watching a TV show if there's like one bad actor in it, you know?
Yeah.
But like if he's like if it's like a side character and stuff, but if it's the main character or if it's like one like someone who's an actor and a producer in it, I'm not gonna
Mm.
watch it.
Yeah. See,
So like I'll watch all the Jack Harkness shit because I love Jack Harkness. He's a great
yeah,
character. But I'm not going to go and search out stuff for John Barrowman like I am with Wyatt Russell. I
I'm
watched
right there.
Overlord. You should watch Overlord. It is so good.
I'm
Wyatt
I'm
Russell, man.
I'm right there with you. Like I have the complete box set of Andromeda, and I love that fucking show. And I can still stomach it in small doses because it
Yeah.
is an ensemble show. It is a great ensemble show, but it's Kevin Sorbo.
Yeah.
And I like I don't know if you saw that in the Discord server, but I recently used a GIF to react to something, and it was the correct GIF. Like it was what I wanted, but it was a Kevin Sorbo GIF. So I was like, "Fuck Kevin Sorbo!" Like I literally sent the GIF and then like brackets, "Fuck Kevin Sorbo!" bracket. Like that is how much I despise that man.
Hmm.
It's ugh,
It's
ugh.
like Ralph Fiennes is in the new Hunger Games as Snow, but I'm not gonna stop watching the new Hunger Games because of
Yeah,
it, you know?
yeah. I have such a relationship with the whole family because his younger brother Joseph, I like that man. That man is he's doing good shit and he's actually an okay person.
Yeah.
And then there's his older brother Rolf and I'm like
Yeah.
how are you from the same household?
Yeah.
Like
Honestly.
eh.
Yeah. John Barrowman is a is an incredible actor, terrible person. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna stop watching any of the Arrow shit and enjoy Malcolm
Yeah.
Merlin
Yeah.
because I love it. I love it. I don't love him.
Yeah. But see, these are things that where you can practice separating art from artist.
Yes, you can't with Harry Potter and J.K. Rowling because all
No.
the money she's getting from J.K. from Harry Potter
Yeah.
is used to fuck up trans people's lives.
Yeah.
It's like
And
she's even said she's creating a foundation
yeah,
from the
yeah.
money she gets from the new Harry Potter TV show to fuck with trans people,
Well, not
which
to fuck
includes
with them.
me.
Not to fuck with them. That is precisely what she doesn't want to do. But
You know what I meant.
I know. Listen, I cope with humor, okay?
I know you do. Yeah. Yeah, I have like 5 minutes left of X-Men Origins Wolverine. I forgot how bad that movie is.
Yep.
I
Yep.
gave it point zero, like 0.5 stars on Letterboxd, and said in my review, I wish I could give this 0 stars. I didn't like, I haven't seen it in like 10 years. I didn't realize Gambit was in it, but that is not Gambit.
That's the thing. Like, I was so hyped for seeing Gambit, and I see that, and I'm like,
How was that the only live action version of Remy LeBeau for 15 years?
listen, I saw that, and I was like, well, the actor tried. Like, the actor did his best to
Yeah,
save what he was given. But
I can
oh my god.
absolutely see that, but he
It's
was not given a lot.
it's the same thing with the Deadpool version of Wolverine Origins. I'm like, that's no, that's wrong. All of
And
this
he
is
was only in it
wrong.
for like 5 minutes.
Like he was basically in the beginning before they like cut him out when he was still just Ryan Reynolds. He was basically the same person Ryan Reynolds played in the one Blade movie. It was just the
Yeah.
same character, and then they just turn him into I don't know. I don't know what that
Yeah.
was supposed to be at the end.
I haven't watched Blade yet, any of the Blades. But they are on the list to watch because Blade is in
Yeah, yeah.
Deadpool
The
Wolverine.
first Blade is good, and then it just gets very weird.
Yeah, you can separate art from artist when the art is not a reflection of the artist. I had this discussion the other day that I think actors generally I can separate because they are literally playing fictional characters that 99% of the time are not who they are.
Yeah.
Right, like if you can separate a villain from the actor, you can separate the bad actor from the character.
Yeah.
It's why I don't mind watching Chris Pratt on the TV because he's a bad guy, but he's a great actor.
Yeah.
I'm not going to seek out his shit to watch. But if he's not the main character, like in the Tomorrow War, if it's a ensemble like Guardians of the Galaxy, I'm not going to like feel guilty for watching Guardians of the
Yeah.
Galaxy because it's a great
Yeah.
movie with great cast, even though Zoe Saldana's in it
Yeah.
too.
But Kevin Sorbo, I can still stomach Andromeda in small doses. Will I ever rewatch Hercules? Fuck no.
No.
Fuck no.
Yeah, but literature, art, music, etc. are direct reflections of their authors,
Yeah.
even when it isn't delivered. Right, like
Same.
acting, TV shows, and movies are a collaboration
Yeah. Here's
from
the thing.
dozens of people.
Except when you have like a project, let's take Mike Flanagan as an example,
Yeah.
where the whole show is under the control of a single entity. Like
Yes.
if Mike Flanagan, he's not, thankfully, but if Mike Flanagan would, for example, turn out to be another Joss Whedon, I
Mm.
would not touch anything like Hill House, Bly Manor, Midnight Mass, Fall of House Usher. That would all be out of the window because it is inherently his.
Yes. Yes.
That's why I can
Um.
still watch Buffy. Yes, it
Yes.
was just Whedon in the beginning, but he then fucked off
That's
and
why
left
I can
Buffy
watch
with
the
Dawn.
MCU because it's not just Joss Whedon. It's
Yeah,
Kevin Feige.
yeah. And Kevin is also not much better, but
He's not much better, but the other producers and shit of the
yeah,
movies are good people.
yeah,
Like especially for Shang-Chi,
yeah.
Eternals,
It's, but
Black
I mean,
Widow,
Kevin Feige
Thunderbolts.
is just Kevin Feige is just a corporate puppet. He's
Yeah,
corporate. That's why he's bad. Like,
yeah, like
I
that's
am
literally it.
I am very excited to see. Well, excited. I'm very interested in that documentary. The handler of Stan Lee is coming out
Oh,
with. Haven't you heard?
no.
The Lee had, when he like started sundowning, when he was like really old, he had this one handler who was technically, his only job was to drive Stanley from A to B so that he could be where he needs to be, but he basically turned into a caretaker for him because everyone was just using and abusing Stanley.
Hmm.
Like there was massive elder abuse going on with Stan Lee, and the driver witnessed that and decided to film shit. And now he's crowdfunding the money he needs to make this into an actual documentary, and he just published a trailer. And he's
Ooh,
like dishing out everything because
I,
he never really had to sign an NDA for all of these projects because he was just the driver. And
oh,
he took care of Stan Lee, and he actually became a friend of Stan Lee in
that's
his
a good man right there.
in his final years, because he was the only one who actually took an interest in this old man who was literally just put in a corner by people and then just rolled onto stage. He was told what to say, and then he was just thrown back down. Like, and this driver was the only like I think I remember from the trailer that he, like, sometimes he was the only one who would give Stanley something to eat that day.
Jesus.
Yeah, so I'm very interested in seeing that.
Yeah, I will look. Well, I will watch the trailer during this first sprint
Yeah.
if we if we manage to have one. Because honestly, if we just want to chat the entire time, I'm fine.
Uh, so, but yeah, like
My
that is
streams are very informal. If we end up just having one straight sprint and then the rest of it's chat,
well, we have to have one to make the title not a lie.
yes, true. But it's been 50 minutes. Yeah, Joss Whedon big time self inserted as
Yeah.
Xander, but you can see how much Xander changed when Joss left because there's no longer Joss with a different face.
That
Yes.
that's the thing. Like, you can hate Xander all you want. In the last season, that man actually had some character progression, was actually a good guy. Like, after his high school era, that man actually did some growing up.
Yeah.
Like, he started a fucking company, a successful one.
Yeah.
What?
I would like to see that, but unfortunately, I think it would get so swept up in lawsuits for defamation, it won't ever be published.
Ah, he put the
Mm.
trailer out and like he made it public, so people are
Yeah.
at least following the story, and he dished out enough in that trailer that people will not just let it go.
Yeah. Now I need spritz. Oh. I can just meet you and carry on.
Okay, for Kirsty's sake, like Kirsty has to keep up with shit. Kirsty had a
Right.
shitty week or two, so like,
I had a
what
shitty
mother? Where's Levy?
I don't know.
I will bully them now.
And then he got with the he's done. I've only seen the first season of Buffy.
Yeah, that was let's call it regression. Let's call it regression in his character.
Oh, kind of like Alex Karev going back to Izzy.
Yes.
Okay.
Exact
Okay.
same vibe. It's the exact same flavor.
Okay. It was something that they did to end a character, and that was it.
The best thing is no one except the people writing the show knew that Alex's last scene was. You don't know? Okay, so listen. They filmed the season. They filmed the season finale, right? They filmed the episode. They wrap Alex Karev as a character for that episode. People go home. Okay, cool. On Twitter, the writers or showrunners or whatever announce that that was the last time you see Alex Karev, and then he himself did not know that. Like, he knew he wanted to end the show. He didn't know that they would end his character like that.
Just kill him off.
So
Just
they
kill him
handed him.
off. Don't do that.
They did that. They shot that episode, and then they did that announcement, right? And then after that announcement, he was handed a script to read out for the final voiceover. They didn't even film shit with it. That's why it looks so weird and so stock footage, kind of, because they didn't film with him.
Also, they didn't bring back Izzy.
No, they
They didn't bring back her one because I noticed that they like very intentionally did not show that woman's face.
Like, literally, they just used stock footage to cut that together underneath his weird voiceover.
Literally, I blame that showrunner for so much fucked up shit that happened in that show.
Yeah,
Like, because it was the same showrunner that did Jackson and Maggie.
yeah.
Like the bad seasons with that showrunner.
The bad seasons were that showrunner or the writer's strike.
Yes,
Grey's Anatomy did not have a good run during the writer's strike.
it did not. Yeah, they did. Justin Soday, the showrunner, just threw a tantrum and did the worst thing she could because she refused to work with him after he said he wanted to leave. Yeah.
Oh,
But he'd been on that show for 14 years at that point.
Like,
he wanted to move on.
Confession time. Yeah, like Alex Karev of all people, you could just hilariously kill off.
Yeah.
I just started a rewatch of Grey's Anatomy because of Mark.
Yeah.
Like, usually when I do a rewatch, I start with when Owen shows up. But this time I was like, nah, I need Mark in my life. So I started a rewatch just for Mark.
Did you forget how bad he was in the beginning?
Yeah, like, I am 2 seasons into his run, and he is still only talking about sex. And I'm like, oh boy. But I'm closing in on his and Kelly's relationship, and I just know that Kelly makes him a better person. So, but
yeah.
Oh my god! Also, I forgot how gay he is for Derek Shepherd.
Yes.
Like, he literally says, "I came back for you, Derek." And they make jokes about dating each other. Other people make jokes. Like, Han, the first interaction they have with Han, she literally asks them, "Are you two together?" And they're like, "No." And I'm like,
honestly, they definitely fucked at one point.
oh, they did. Like, at least the weird college experimentation phase, they did that together.
Yeah.
And they were not intoxicated. It was just one evening when Mark couldn't sleep and didn't want to study for their math exam or something. He was like, dude, we could just fuck. And Derek was like, I guess. Because he grew up with sisters.
Yeah. So many actors have said how toxic the environment is there, and half the actors are scared to leave. Yeah, I'm like 99% sure that I forget her name, but Meredith's actor, like she has a contract out there or something that's forcing her to keep coming back, even though she wants to leave.
Here's the thing, but she did a clever thing because she is the show. She knows that.
Yeah.
So that's why they want her back every so often. So she increased that price tag so much. Like I think it was like 22 million
Yeah.
just for her for these couple of appearances, and they aren't even good.
No.
So like she
Like,
made
she's literally just there because she has to be.
she made bank on that
She
new
did.
contract. I have to
Yeah.
send y'all a video from Coffee and Colts because she is actually half in the industry and she made a beautiful video dissecting everything. She did one for Buffy as well. She did one for Grey's Anatomy. She did one for Desperate Housewives, for 91210. Like she did for all of these famous shows. She did like detailed autopsies of that and it's so good. I need to
Nice.
send y'all the video.
Yeah, Krista Vernoff was awful. Wasn't she also the one that faked cancer?
Was
Was
it
that another
her or
one?
was it someone? I don't remember. I just know that someone faked cancer.
Yeah, they have a new showrunner now, and things are finally getting better again. Yeah,
Yeah.
I did see that, but I haven't watched it since
It-
the first group is
It also
the
got
first of
better.
Lucas's.
It also got better. What's her name? Catherine, Jackson's mom.
Yes,
Catherine.
Catherine.
That actress is actually heavily involved behind the scenes, and
Yeah.
she actually negotiated like simple things for every actor involved.
Yeah,
And
like she is a great person IRL. I cannot
Yeah.
stand her character.
Her character is the worst, but IRL, she actually made that set viable again.
Yeah.
And it shows. Like the second Catherine shows up as a regular character, you
Yeah.
immediately can see that the actors are actually liking their job again.
Yes. Yeah. Unpopular opinion. Derek and Mark should have ended up together because their toxic asses deserve each
Yes.
other. Okay, Mark got better though.
Mark got so much better.
Mark got so much better. Derek, I'm glad left.
Yeah. I
And
actually
I cannot fucking stand. I forget her name, but Kelly's one.
Arizona.
I cannot fucking stand Arizona. She should not have blind custody of their daughter because it's not her daughter. She didn't even want her.
Here's the thing. In an ideal world, Mark and Kelly would not have been together, but they would have been very close co-parenting of their daughter.
Yeah.
And none of them would have had another relationship. They would have stayed in their situationship together, and they would have been great parents for Sophia. Arizona would have fucked up. Derek would have died, and Mark and Amelia would have had this close relationship that Mark and Derek had, but much healthier because because Mark at the end was very self-aware and Amelia is now very self-aware. They would have had Derek and Mark's relationship, but in a good way. But not in
Mark and Lexi together. So.
Yes, they together, but Mark and Amelia have like the budding friendship thing, and Mark would have.
Mark and Amelia have the relationship that Meredith and Christina did.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I also need because they did it wrong. I'm so mad about the polyamorous attempt with Owen and Teddy. They should have just had the balls. There was a moment where you could read between the lines. Amelia just separated from Lincoln, and like from Link, and Owen and Teddy had their first issue in the marriage. And both of them talked to Amelia about it, and Amelia helped them figure their issues out. They should have had the balls to make Amelia, Teddy, and Owen a throuple, and that would have worked.
I haven't seen the new seasons, but I hate that Joe and Link are together.
They are married now, and they are getting twins. Joe is having twins by
I know
him.
about the twins. I didn't know they got married.
They are
Ew.
about to marry. They are making wedding stuff right now.
Kirsty keeps sending shit signing.
Sorry,
Every time I rewatch, I find myself hating Derek more and more. Yeah, absolutely. Ellen Papaya is her name. No, it was a writer who faked cancer and was fired for
Yeah,
it.
listen,
I wish.
listen.
No, let me just get
Yeah,
through these. I wish they would get rid of Catherine, but I love Debbie Allen and I don't want her to go hard. But the character is absolutely awful. Yes, same. It's the same thing with Owen. Also, unpopular opinion: Meredith's best romance is the one with Nick. He supports her, but also challenges
yes.
her and is not afraid to tell her she's been wrong. Like with Mick Widow, but Nick is amazing. I hate
And
how Mick Widow was done off camera.
and Nick and Nick is not afraid to be his own person.
Yeah, I quite like Nick. I don't know why the fandom hates him.
I like he is because he's a nothing burger. They never gave him a deeper characterization.
Yeah.
Like the first episode where he shows up and like he delivers, he just he just took out an organ, has sends that off and is like, yeah, I'm fine. I just like kidney transplant 3 weeks ago. Oh yeah, congratulations. No, my kidney, and I think it's failing, and then he collapses. In that episode, he had more character than in his entire run
Yeah.
afterwards. Like he has ADHD because we need a character to explain to another character what having ADHD is like. It is
Mm.
never mentioned again that he has ADHD and that he takes meds for that.
The
And he struggled through med school with that. Like his whole character is very flat and reduced to I am the new love interest for Meredith. But the character himself has so much potential because he does his own thing. He is very successful at the thing he's doing. He loves and supports Meredith however he can, but he can also just be his own person. Derek and Meredith never had that. When they were together, it was Meredith, 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 Meredith for both of them.
yeah.
And
But
right
I
now, again, I'm rewatching the early seasons, and Derek is so obsessed with her. And like there's this part where where they are dating other people, and he is still just watching Meredith and
right.
literally tells Mark, this is the issue with her, this is the issue with her, this is the issue, like psychoanalyzing her, basically mansplaining her own relationship issues to his best friend. And in the same breath, he tells Mark, I'm just waiting for her to come around until she realizes that she can find all the solutions for these problems with me. And Mark of all people, Mark, who is still at that point sex obsessed, is like, or maybe she just doesn't. Like, what
Yeah.
the fuck is wrong with you, Derek?
Right. Everyone says he's boring, but I generally feel when Meredith is in her life right now,
Hmm.
he is the best thing for her, and he'll stay calm and collected.
Yeah.
I really liked her with the New Zealand guy.
Yeah, that was also. Oh,
I
was he from New
hate.
Zealand? I thought he was Irish.
No, he's New Zealand.
Ah,
Mick Widow is Irish. The one
yeah.
before that is New Zealand.
Oh, I forgot.
Um,
I totally forgot about that guy.
yeah. Like their relationship happened between seasons. We didn't even get to see them together.
Yeah, that was weird.
Um, I really like that's my favorite love interest for Meredith. Um, I hate that he got back with um Owen's sister just for them to break up again.
Yeah.
It's like,
Oh, Owen's best friend. I forgot about that.
yeah,
He should
Owen
have.
is
He should have stayed with Owen.
Owen is always the problem. Always,
Yeah.
I will die on this hill. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but John Link is beautiful. They are not. They should have stayed besties.
Yeah. Here's the thing. For once, in this current storyline, it's actually Teddy. Right now, actually, Teddy is the problem.
I don't like Teddy in her second run. I loved her in her first run.
Her
I
current
have
run,
hated her ever since she and Owen got together.
her current run is good though. Ever since she became chief, she's good.
See, I haven't seen anything after
Yeah,
like
I
I haven't
know,
seen the last couple seasons.
but she gets better now that she's chief until now, until this weird polyamory. I don't even want to call it polyamory because they just open up their marriage because a psychologist told them that might help them. And I'm like, bitch,
Let
the
me
biggest
let me
problem
guess.
these two people have is communication.
Teddy is the one that's getting all the extra sex and Owen isn't. So he's
No,
mad.
no. Here's the thing. So the current storyline is, so they have communication issues, right? And they go to a couples therapist.
Yeah.
Okay, they try to work on it. It doesn't work. So but they also meet old friends that are randomly introduced that they like had from like their study times and shit. And both of them, well, it's two women. It's two women. One of them is just it's the best friend of Owen's sister. So she came in because she had heart issues, and Owen is like, oh, I know this person, let's just hang out because like heart transplant is shitty and blah. So they hang out and they just reconnect about like just because they know each other. And the other woman is also they know Teddy knows her from her, and she's like, yeah, I'm married and da da da. And then turns out she lives in an open marriage, and it works for both of them. And they did it because they had issues in their marriage which weren't communication based. They just had attraction based problems. So that's when they opened up their marriage, and everything is hunky dory ever since. And then this lady, because Teddy is unhappy with Owen, so she sends out signals, and this lady interprets them, so she kisses Teddy. That turns into a giant blowout because Owen is very possessive.
Yes.
And they bring it
Also,
up.
he hates that Teddy is bi.
Yeah. And then he brings that up, they bring that up in couples therapy, and for some reason, the therapist interprets Owen's possessive jealousy over his wife kissing another woman into maybe you should open up your marriage. And there's a lot back and forth. They actually communicate about this, that they are unsure if this is what they should be doing. Like they actually actively communicate for the first
The
time in their life.
only time they have ever communicated.
And then they decide, okay, let's open up the marriage. Here are the ground rules. And they take the wrong ground rules. The I don't want to know about it. They just basically just say I only want to know that it happened. I don't want to know with whom, even though they both know with whom it will be. Or I don't want it to be a solid thing. It's like one night stands only, right? So then by the end of that episode where they make that decision, Teddy goes to that lady and they end up in a hotel room, and Teddy is so unsure, like they are already in their underwear, and Teddy then is so unsure, she's like, stop, I'm unsure, I don't know if I want this. The other lady stops, respects boundaries, and they spend the night talking about it. Cool. Yeah. Owen goes to his old childhood friend who's very lonely, and she has been flirting on and off with him, and he was too dumb to recognize it until that point, and they end up together, and Owen is happily shagging her. Technically, nothing wrong with that because Teddy and him agreed it's allowed. Cool. Next day, Owen tells Teddy.
Yeah,
And
which is the rules.
Teddy now feels betrayed by him because she didn't shag that other lady that night.
But
Because she
that was
decided
the
against
rules.
shagging her. And they just got, before they opened their marriage, they got to a point where the communication was so good that when they said I love you and only you, it was actually an honest declaration of trust and love. Like there was trust, there was communication, there was love. So Owen doing what is now allowed and then going to Teddy to follow the rules by telling her did the right thing, and Teddy now has her panties in a twist.
The one time Owen is in the right.
And it gets worse. It gets worse because this patient then comes back with heart issues, and Teddy is her doctor. She remains professional and treats her because she still thinks this was a one night stand. But then she sees Owen comforting her because she is alone. Like her kids can't be with her, her ex husband, like no one can be with her because of her heart. So Owen, who is a doctor who works there and who knows her, just stays in her room with her he's just sitting there. And Teddy sees that. It's like, oh, you have feelings for her, don't you? In the staircase, like the staircase confrontation. And
Oh
she's like,
yeah,
all
the
pissy
fucking
now.
staircase conversation.
Like, and she's all pissy about Owen. And then Owen's like, yeah, I like her. I grew up with her. It's like, and now everything is horrible. And I'm like, that is
God, for
is
one
impossible.
time, Owen is not in the wrong.
Owen
One
for
time,
once
it's not.
in his life is not the problem.
Owen, ever since he got on that fucking show, he has been the root of all the cause. He's been the cause of every single wrongdoing in that fucking hospital, except this one time.
Except this once. And Teddy basically now said, this is over, let's just get a divorce. So like, I'm like,
I mean, they should have got married in the first place, but
I'm
I'm gonna continue reading Kirsty's comments.
yes, please.
The quiet love
I had
interest.
to rant about that because it irked me so hard. Like the one time my toxic boy does everything right. The one time Grey's Anatomy has the potential to do something right with like polyamory and shit, and they fuck it up so massively.
The quiet love interest is such a severely underrated romantic type, and I hate it because they are the absolute best romances.
Yeah.
Derek did not love Meredith. He was obsessed with the idea of her being his. Yes. Rix was great, but I never really felt the spark with him and Meredith. Same with DeLuca. He's one of my favorite characters, but I hated that they made him shrink to fit in Mare's shadow.
Mm.
I'm glad social media spoils me, so I already know all this stuff. Well, Owen could have been one of the greatest characters in the show until they made him a bigot.
Yeah. I also love the fact he basically has at least a Leo, his son, is at least experimenting with gender.
Yeah, that's also the only thing he's gotten right.
Yeah. Like, and he was not the one who had his panties in a twist. He was like, yeah, he wants to wear a tutu, whatever.
Yeah,
And Teddy
it
was
was
like,
Teddy.
but like, can we? Can we? And he's like, yes. He is
Yeah.
3 years old.
He has been right exactly twice.
Hey, something about blind chickens and corn, right?
Something about a broken clock.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Riggs and Owen should have had what Mark and Kelly had.
Yes.
That's why I wanted Riggs to stay, because like I also love the fact like that they hated each, like it was basically the same setup Derek and Mark had at the beginning.
Yeah.
2 ex-best friends coming back together, having to work together, and then there's this one thing where they actually work together and then they are friends again. It was a great scene when Riggs and Owen had to suddenly do like this very complicated procedure, and they just did it in perfect sync, and everyone was like, and they hate each other? Like, that was such a good scene, and I wanted more Riggs and Owen content. And I also think if Riggs would have stayed on, and instead of like getting together with Meredith, but just doing his own thing, Riggs and Owen, like Riggs would have fixed what is currently wrong with Owen and Teddy without it escalating to the amount where it is at right now. Like,
absolutely.
Riggs and Amelia are the missing pieces for Owen and Teddy. And they just like these showrunners just don't know the character dynamics. They ignore 15 years of character dynamics that would make all of the problems they are throwing at their characters work.
Like all they care about is right now and not what's been established in the past. Owen was great, and then they introduced Teddy, who was never good again.
Yeah.
Teddy is at least 50% of the toxicity in the entire show. In the second run, yes. In the first run, I agreed with her 99% of the time.
And again, now that
I loved her with Henry.
Yeah. She and Henry was like so good.
Yeah. Arizona takes second place, then Weber.
Yes. Weber gets worse with every season.
There was a retirement plot in the first season. He's still there 20 years later.
They milked that retirement plot until season 3 or 4 when Burke left.
That's because the first 3 seasons take place over 1 year.
Yeah. And that is the thing. That plot was good. And then afterwards it was also good. And I also like the storyline where he suddenly, like the whole thing where he suddenly was not chief anymore, but had to fit into the hospital that he raised.
I liked his character for the first about 10 seasons, and then it just and then it became clear that the only reason he was on still was because of the contract.
Yes, because that is also one of those points where you can see the actor doesn't want to do it anymore. The
No.
writers don't know what to do with the character anymore. And the actor, at the risk of sounding ageist, the actor is just too old for this
Right,
job, for this
right,
specific role. It is like he physically struggles to do his scenes at this point.
right. Like, how old is he? What's his actor's name?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure he has two new hips. Like the way he's walking, that is very indicative of having hip problems.
James Pickens Jr. He's 70.
Yeah, like just like even as a doctor, he would have retired at this point.
Right.
Just make him
Like,
like he loves to teach. Just send him to a fucking university or something.
right.
Have him teach
Like,
med
doctors in
students.
real life are not as obsessed with their jobs as these people are.
Ah,
Grace has tried to have inclusivity and diversity, but they haven't actually researched it. So they just end up repeating
yeah.
negative portrayals, especially with the queer community.
They did
There's such
Kai
a huge
well.
platform to show the beauty of queerness, yet they instead ham-fist it and instead just reinforcing the bad crap.
They did Kai well though.
Yes, but they were only there for
Amelia.
like half a season.
Yeah, they were literally only there so Amelia wouldn't be free floating because they couldn't shove her back to Owen because at that point Teddy was back there. Instead
Yeah.
of having Amelia just be single for like a hot
Right,
second.
they can't let their female characters be single for some reason.
But I have to say I liked Amelia and Kai because Kai had this no nonsense attitude.
Yes.
And they took Amelia's problems and were like, okay, but why do you have that problem? And basically confronted Amelia with the fact that most of her problems are just because she's overthinking shit. And
Yeah.
Kai was like, just stop thinking. Remy!
I did get my new favorite white boy in Pop Pineapple.
Yeah. I also like how Kai was very strict about the I don't want children. And Amelia was like, but I have a son. And Kai literally answered, yeah, and that's fine because I can give your son back after a couple of hours. I don't want to have children around 24/7. And that was the breakup point when Amelia literally said the same thing to Owen that she doesn't want to have kids until she accidentally had a child. Like,
Yeah.
but Kai was amazing. And
Yeah,
after
reality checked Amelia so hard it was
yeah,
sexy.
yeah. Also, Kai was just like the face card Kai was serving. And I also love the fact, I also love like Kai was this very self-aware, very just competent person until they had to talk to people.
Yes.
Then they were like, like biggest expert on their field. They're like, "Uh, science. That was so cute. But that was the last
I
time
am okay. The one thing about this thing is that the shield is not a taco. It's not bent.
uh, yeah,
But anyway,
I
back to Grey's
I
Anatomy.
loved Kai, but Kai was basically the last time they did really good representation. Except Levi, but Levi, I'm pretty sure Levi was all because the actor actually put in the work and not because the
Yeah,
writers. And
I love Levi.
yeah,
Right, I
and
love him so much.
right after Emilia broke up with Kai, that was when the weird emotional entanglement between Owen, Teddy, and Amelia happened, and I was like, are you, are you, are you, are you doing the thing? Because at
Yes.
that point, I was used to Grey's Anatomy being at the forefront of inclusivity. So I was like, are you going to be a show that is actually having a working polyamorous couple? Turned out, I got that in Wheel of Time, which Amazon canceled. But I got a working throuple. Like we even had a grieving throuple because one of them was killed, and it's like, okay. And now both of them, like literally, one of them was like, if you have three people and they love each other, and then you grieve together. But if one of them dies, who has the right to grieve? My heart? They had to like over the whole season, they had to redefine their relationship as a couple instead of a throuple, because the third guy, who's like the guy who survived, came into this relationship because he fell in love with the guy that died, and that guy was in love with the woman. So these other two, they just fell in love over time. But the catalyst that also stabilized them, because they have very aggressive characters, against the stabilizing factor went away, and they didn't even know who they were like how they were supposed to grieve that, and how they were supposed to be together, like, and Amazon canceled that shit. I'm so mad. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, weird
Let
throuple,
me
and
start
Grey's
the next
Anatomy didn't have
time.
the balls to do it.
I love Amelia. She's my favorite character, but I sometimes want to slap her so hard at the same time. That's
Yeah.
me with Joe. Joe's my favorite.
Owen.
Lenny did work. Guys, you realize this chat has been almost an hour and a half, right? Yes, and then Lemmy says, you have not sprinted yet. No, we have not. I feel Grace has gone from being at the... What?
Kirsty, we did realize that.
Yeah.
What is your point?
I feel Grace has gone from being at the forefront up for inclusivity and challenging what is right to now being so focused on politics and making a point that they've lost a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt like, especially during the 2020 season with Black Lives Matter,
Yeah.
Station 19 did it incredibly well. Grey's Anatomy did
No.
not. Hello, Sav. I'm out. This sucks.
Honestly, I love this. I love this because never seen that person in our chat before. Hasn't been here in chat at all. Okay. Bye, I
Bye.
guess. I'm not heartbroken over that.
I don't know this person.
Me neither. I love that was the first and apparently last comment this person had. They
Like,
just had the need to tell us.
If you know us, you know that we chat. Sometimes I have to put timers.
See, that is why I say we have to have at least one sprint, so that we can still say the title is accurate, because it says reading and productivity sprints. I mean, we are productive. We are talking through our feelings about Grey's Anatomy.
They have always been political, but it was done in a far more powerful way before. Now it's more like screaming out. My favorite, George sucked, but my favorite, the one point I loved him was with when he was with the Nazi.
I actually have to say, George would have been a completely fine character, but the writers hated him because the actor was openly gay on set.
Yes, absolutely. And that's also why Burke was kicked as well, because they'd had a fight.
Kirsty, why did you just time them out? You should have like blocked them.
Yeah. Yeah, these are sprints on the podcast. Evicted motherfucker. Like, right, like, say hi, bitch.
Yeah, say hi before you insult us.
Or you could have just left. You didn't have to announce your departure. This isn't an airport.
Yeah.
God.
0 out of 10 would not recommend this person in your chat.
Right.
I'm
Fun
leaving a
fact,
Yelp
I'm genuinely
review.
thinking of maybe doing podcasts because I talk a lot.
I mean, also we got 100 messages in today's restream chat. Yay!
It's the only thing I could do. What was that?
We got the restream said you've received 100 messages today with restream chat. Yay!
Oh, yay! I did not get that.
It's in the chat thing on the actual stream thing.
Yeah, I have that open.
Huh.
Show me.
Yeah, wait. I'm doing screenshot things. Diddle yourself. There you go.
Yeah, I don't have that.
What? Okay, that's weird. I also think it is kind of weird that Restream talks about itself.
Right.
Like it says, I've received 100 messages. Okay, okay. Yes,
Right.
it's all your fault, Kirsty.
Yes. Do they stack? I don't know what
What?
that means. And
What's
now you're
that?
gonna me. Yes. Yes, they are.
But I feel like we should do a sprint.
Yes.
Like it's been
Now that that
90
guy's
minutes of
left.
talking. I need to rest my vocals for a hot second.
Now that that guy's gone, let's finally stream. Okay, let me get that up.
You could rename the stream to Reading and Productivity Sprint. Singular. Just one.
Let's
It's
see if
just
I
one.
can edit it all.
It's one, and you have to go looking for it. It's like an Easter egg.
Let's see if this saves. Yeah, it did.
What?
Let's go to YouTube.
But I don't know what you want me to see. Oh, you changed the title?
I
Oh.
changed the title.
You gotta put in brackets. Find it yourself. And not no timestamps.
Hi, Bloke. We're gonna do our one and only sprint right now.
I, the fact, like, I just know that people think, oh yeah, no, that's a typo. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. This is what's happening. A singular sprint.
I am so sorry to everyone watching this on the replay.
I'm not. I'm not. Okay, question though.
Yeah,
Are we making this a 90-minute sprint?
we
Like
could.
90-minute talking, 90-minute sprint, 90-minute talking. You have a whole ass stream with a singular sprint in it.
Yeah, I can make this 90 minutes.
Let's make it
I'm so glad you're having fun, Bloke.
90. This is the kind of stupid you only get from us.
Yes. Come back next week, maybe.
This is our brand of stupid.
Yeah, we'll probably just have you silent in the background because I actually need to work today. And like I said, I needed the spread, so we'll be cracking on. Yeah, let's do a 90-minute one.
Yeah. We make this a 90-minute one. Also, Kirsty, you have the benefit of just hopping into the body doubling channel later with us anyway.
Yes.
You need the company.
Sorry it took so long.
No, you're not sorry.
No, not really. Okay,
Why
I will
would you?
see everyone in 90 minutes. Happy sprinting.
gonna lie.
Hello.
What? Ugh.
I think this was the most dramatic stream we ever had.
I know. We had a troll in the chat.
All the drama.
Ugh. Hello, Jen. That was our one and only sprint.
It shouldn't be this funny. And yet.
But it is. Yeah, okay. Hello. Listening to part of your world while I work today. Hope you're all well. Yeah, I'm okay. We
Yeah.
had a troll in chat just before the the sprint started. Um, yeah, yeah. The title is not a typo. There is one singular sprint. Um, yeah. I'm
Kirsty just
about
said she's
halfway through X-Men Apocalypse, and I played Lego Jurassic World. So,
nice. I went out to get dinner because I have been informed that I have to feed myself tonight, and I was like, okay, cool, gonna go get dinner. So I went and got myself some dino nuggies, and oh no, I didn't take the this way back. I took this way back, and there's a
you went
bookshop
to
on
the
the way,
bookstore.
and I bought myself one book, which just happens to be a bind up of 5 manga volumes. But it was only $6. Usually,
Okay.
usually you get almost one volume for $6, and I got 5. So
Is it a secondhand bookstore?
no, it's an independent small bookstore. But these bind ups are a lot cheaper, especially the first one in a series of bind ups because they want to fix you.
Yeah,
But volume 2 is also 5 volumes and it costs $12, so it's still incredibly cheap.
yeah.
So yeah,
Levy ate. I also ate. I had KFC delivered.
I went out and got dinner and I also got some snacks and I ate some because apparently I forgot that I need salt to survive in order to function.
Yes, it is a vital part of the
Ye-
human diet.
Yeah, I need more salt. Body issues make me need more salt and more
Oh yeah,
protein.
same, same.
Like salt, protein, and sugar are the things that I need more of than your average human
Yeah.
just to function.
I did some brainstorming for Project Hail, and I brainstormed the biggest fight strategy, like battleground plan.
It
Be
is
nice.
incredibly fascinating to me how you go about that shit, Levy.
Yeah.
It runs very counter to how I do that stuff. It's fascinating to see you discover that, especially because like the way I world build, I have all of that at the point you're at already. I start most of the time with world building.
Yeah, same.
Most of my ideas are actually just world building ideas, and then I build characters who react to that or grow out of that.
Whereas Fluffy is the opposite.
It's fascinating. It's
Yeah.
fascinating. I mean, I know why my brain works that way, and it is definitely influenced by the fact that I studied fucking cultures. Like culture science is what I own. Cultural anthropology is what I studied, and I always had a thing for history and shit. So I know why I'm the way I am. But I think it's fascinating to see the process of other people.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Um, yeah, I'm about halfway through X-Men Apocalypse. Literally, I am about to get to Quicksilver's running scene. Sweet dreams.
Unpopular opinion. I like Quicksilver in the Avengers movie more.
I like them about the same amount.
I was so mad when they killed him off like right away.
Right. Like, what? And now Aaron Taylor Johnson's back in it as Craven,
Yeah, but
if they
still.
end up doing anything with the Monsterverse.
Yeah, but still, Craven was a shit movie.
I heard that there's incest in it.
I don't. I just saw scenes here and there, and I was like,
Yeah, no, the
"That's shit."
Monsterverse, the Monsterverse is filled with shit movies and then Venom.
I still think it's one of the funniest things that Sony actually thought people were hyping Morbius, and then they re-released it.
They re-released it in cinemas. Like right now, they're re-releasing the original X-Men in cinemas for
I mean, that's
rewatching because
fine.
it's
That's
part of the
fine.
MCU now. But like that, I think is actually really good marketing for the MCU because a lot of people that watch the MCU didn't watch the X-Men movies.
Yeah, and I mean
So
the
I think
original.
it's really smart.
And I mean the original movies, even though people complain about them all the time, but I don't think the original trilogy was that bad.
The original trilogy was not bad. It just doesn't have the modern humor that is usually in action movies
Yeah,
now.
but everyone was hating on the third movie.
I've only seen the third movie like one time. I don't
Like,
remember it.
is it a cinematic masterpiece? No, but I think if you put it in line with the other two movies, it's fine.
Yeah, like it goes well with the story it was telling.
Yeah, like
Dark
I
Phoenix,
think the
I
original
think.
trilogy is nice. X-Men Origins Wolverine took some artistic liberties I like to critique. The weird samurai Wolverine movie had no business existing, but it does, I guess. The,
X-Men Origins Wolverine is so fucking bad.
the thing is, when they did X-Men Origins Wolverine, I thought, okay, this is like the news, but because I said, okay, the trilogy is done now. And then they did X-Men Origins Wolverine, so my child brain was like, so we get a bunch of these origin movies, and then
Yeah,
nothing happened.
that's what I thought was gonna happen too.
Yeah.
Um,
Like X-Men Origins
X-Men's
Professor
Origin.
X, X-Men Origins Magneto, like all the characters
Yes,
we saw in the first three movies, and now they get origin movies. And I mean, I guess you could say that Professor X and Magneto got an origin movie with First Class.
but that would take me after Origins.
Yeah, but that's fine. So like because that happened, I think First Class was the next movie after. No, did they do that? The samurai movie was like after First Class, right?
I need to double check.
Wait.
Because I
I
have
have it
everything
here.
in chronological order.
I have it here. It's not chronological. Wait, I have it. When were you released? Okay, so the samurai. Wait, no, that's Days of Future Past. Where's the samurai movie? Do I have the
First
samurai
Class
movie?
was 2011 and the Wolverine was 2013.
Wait.
So it
No,
came
it's
out
not,
2 years
I'm
after
not about
First
the
Class.
Last Stand. Let me think. Yeah, no, it was X-Men Origins Wolverine, then First Class, and then the Samurai movie. That is what I
Yeah.
mean. So they published X-Men Origins Wolverine, I was like, oh cool. The X-Men we saw in the first three movies are getting origin stories. Then they released First Class, which is basically the origin story of Professor X and Magneto. So I thought, like, yeah, we're getting the origin movies, and then they give us this.
Right.
Then they give us this, and I
Right.
lost
I
the
watched
plot.
that one in the movies with my dad. Because I was the only one of the kids that was into like the superhero shit with like dad was. So I was the one that went with them every single time.
Yeah. Like that was I legitimately thought, okay, we got Wolverine, we got that character, and I was like, okay, who
Like
could else? Like
at
X-Men
the point,
Origins Scott or Rogue or Phoenix. And I mean we
right,
got the Phoenix origin story, but that was also
that was
uh,
bad.
like I watched that movie and all I could hear was people screaming her name. Like you're like, yes, we know her name is Jean. Can we have some plot, please? Why are there aliens?
Why are they in space?
Like, why the fuck were there aliens? I don't fucking know. Also, the way that X-Men movie framed it, the Phoenix might be responsible for the Fantastic Four getting their powers?
Right.
Like, because it was the same cloud they flew through, right? Or am I
Yeah.
dumb?
No, it, they're both solar clouds, so I think it's them trying to establish that this is a thing that can happen to just people. And then it depends on like your circumstances around going through it, depends on
Yeah.
what you get.
Yeah, but then the aliens in the very same movie contradict that theory.
Well, I
By
haven't
by
seen it in fucking years, so I
okay,
will let
okay,
you
like
know because
the aliens.
I have, let me tell you what I have to watch. I have Apocalypse to watch. It always takes ages to turn on. Um, I have Apocalypse to watch, then I have Howard the Duck to watch, and then it's Dark Phoenix. And
Okay,
I'm
so
halfway through Apocalypse. So I will let you know. I will know by the end of the day.
okay. I mean, the thing is, so in Dark Phoenix, these aliens come to Earth because they're looking for Jean, because Jean has the Phoenix. And they literally explain to her that her people, the alien people, use the Phoenix for their domination plans. So they know it is a sentient entity, and they usually have control over it. And they take people who take on the Phoenix. Like, the way they explain it is, there's the Phoenix goes out, the energy goes out, and looks for a person, and inhabits that person, and these aliens then go and pick up that person and turn them into a weapon, and and take them into their like hive mind or whatever, right? So that implies that these aliens always know where the Phoenix is and weaponize the Phoenix and the people that are inhabited by the Phoenix. So how the fuck can the Phoenix just hang around in space around Earth
Right,
as a cloud until five people fly through it, and give them superpowers that have
right.
nothing to do with the superpowers Jean gets from the Phoenix, because the Phoenix gives her powers. Like, she is a telepath, like
Yeah,
Professor X, and then all this telekinetic shit comes from the Phoenix. That is the Phoenix's power, which implies that the Phoenix cannot give you power necessarily. It can only share its own power. So why is no one from the Fantastic Four equipped with telekinetic forces?
right. Why is one of them a rock now?
Also, if the Fantastic Four gotten their powers from the Phoenix energy, why aren't they confronted and kidnapped by these weird ass aliens?
Right, right. It's just like, what the fuck?
And that is literally explained in the same fucking movie. So what the fuck is going on? Also, by the end of the movie, Jean flies up into space and explodes. So the Phoenix is free now? Is it stuck there? Is it moving on? Because apparently the Silver Surfer is coming to get Earth eaten? Like, what the fuck is going on?
Right. But also, this Fantastic Four that's coming out
Yeah.
is not set in that same universe.
I know, but the Silver but if you think back,
I know Fantastic Four, Law and Galact and
yeah,
that one.
but like the Fantastic Four movies, the original ones with Chris Evans, like the way shit is implied, either that or the Fantastic Four reboot where they turned them into Power Rangers is
Well,
the
that
one that
one they didn't go through the space cloud though. They went to another dimension and got it.
okay. Okay, but let's assume, because it was never confirmed. We
Yeah.
can technically assume that the original Fantastic Four movie, which is in the same generation as the original X-Men movies,
Yeah.
that happened in the same universe. It is also implied in Dark Phoenix that that Jean is the same Jean as in the original X-Men movies, even though it doesn't make sense because she technically died as a teenager in that one. So that would make the
I can
cloud
explain that one. That one happened with when Days of Future Past happened,
right.
it splits
Yes.
into two different
Right.
timelines.
Yes. But technically, Technically.
Technically, it's the same gene, but it's two different timelines of the
Technically
same
it's the
gene.
same gene, which means the phoenix that inhabits Jean is the phoenix cloud responsible for the Fantastic Four powers. Meaning the Fantastic Four in the original Fantastic Four movie got their powers from that phoenix, right? Meaning Rise of the Silver Surfer happens. Meaning there is a giant planet-eating space thing headed for Earth. So what the fuck is the phoenix doing?
Right. Did it
But
just
it is
fly
meant
off?
as a weapon/defense system on a planetary scale that is used by some weird-ass aliens to found an empire. It doesn't.
Honestly, like these three X-Men movies, it's like I used to love First Class, but then I got older and got media literacy and realized how the fuck do you kill off the unkillable guy and the
Listen,
only person of color in that fucking movie?
yeah, that one I still love First Class just because of the overall gay energy and
Yeah.
the angst and shit. But that scene, like I said that I watched that one in the movie theater, and I was like, wait, isn't his like I did some preliminary search when we heard these are the mutants included, and they said Darwin is in it, and I was like, so I looked up his superpowers, right? And it literally says that he can adapt to absolutely everything.
It says that in the movie.
So how like and like but the internet lists things he survived. And I'm just sitting in the movie theater and he is what drowned and then exploded. And I'm like, he would have adapted to that.
He would have adapted to it. But I love Kevin Bacon.
Like,
I kinda want Peter Quill to learn that Kevin Bacon was a villain in another
yeah,
universe.
like
That shit
Darwin made me
hilarious.
Darwin made me so mad because like he could have pulled like he was exploded from the inside out, right? That's how he died.
Yeah, he used he used his like you know how he absorbs energy and then
Yeah.
yeah, he made a little ball of it and he made him swallow it.
Yeah, but literally because like Darwin's body would have adapted to
Yes,
either dispersing that energy or using it up or negating it.
yes.
Like even if
Instead they
he
kill him.
even in the most basic way possible, he would have pulled this the One Piece thing where he just like he explodes and like does like a whoop turns into a balloon and then he just swallows it down.
Yes.
Or
But
maybe he
no.
breathes fire. Like it just doesn't make sense.
They killed him. Oh,
But the way I cackled when Magneto slowly drove that coin into his skull, slowly.
like
Also,
Days of Future Past was a good movie.
yeah. Also,
It's the only one of those ones that is good.
yeah. Also, because we just have it like First Class, a lot of people are confused why Charles is screaming when Magneto does the coin thing. It's
Like
because
he
he's
can
in the
feel it
evil
happening.
because he's in the evil guy's head and he feels the coin going through his own
Yeah,
brain.
he can feel it.
A lot of
Obviously, he can feel
like
it.
so many people thought he is screaming because Eric is doing the bad thing he was fighting all movie against. Like, no, he's feeling how his brain is literally invaded by a coin, which also
Yeah.
doesn't make sense because the brain doesn't have nerve tissue. You don't feel pain on your brain.
No, no, you don't.
So he would only feel the coin going through his skull, which I mean is probably also very painful, but
Yeah. Does not have never, which I still wonder how headaches happen if we don't
that's
have it.
because that is not not the brain hurting. That's blood vessels constricting and cramping up and shit. That's like a lack of shit
Yeah,
going
every time I
into your
have a
brain.
headache, I'm just like, I thought brains don't have nerve endings.
Yeah, no.
God. Yeah, but I've never seen Howard the Duck before, so that's going to be interesting.
You never seen what before?
Howard the Duck.
Oh, okay.
Because I've added it to the list because there's cameos of him. Like he's in Guardians of the
Yeah, I
Galaxy
know.
and he's in 18 frames of Endgame.
Yeah, why are you doing this? No one will care about the duck.
I'm doing it because I just want to watch it.
Okay.
It's
Because you
literally
have
the only
nothing to watch.
it's literally the only reason I put on there is because I was like, okay, I'm doing an MCU watch through. Technically, he's in it, so I'm gonna watch it. So I've also put the Miles Teller fan- Fantastic Four on the list too, despite there not being any references in the MCU.
Mm. Speaking of things you should
Just
watch.
because we could do like a variant thing with Michael B. Jordan because he's Johnny Storm and also Killmonger.
Okay. Here's speaking of things you should watch. The Librarians, the next chapter, is
Yes,
so good.
yes. I'm waiting
It's
for the
so
season to come out.
it's so good. I'm watching it every week. It's
Is
so.
is Jake in it yet?
He's in the first episode.
Okay. Let me know when it's all out and then I'll binge it.
Yeah, but
'Cause
like
I do want to
the
really.
lore is amazing. Apparently, all three of them have a guardian now.
Ooh.
They all have their own guardian. We don't see any of them. Jake is doing his own thing, but they dropped it that that the library called for 4 guardians to test out, and 1 dropped. So 3 were taken in by the library. We have 3 librarians, duh. And the 4th one who got dropped now gets a second chance. Jake called her when he found Vikram, the old new librarian. So she now is the guardian for him. Also, the new Jenkins. She is so good.
Yeah.
She was the caretaker of the annex for Vikram when he was the actual librarian, and they hated each other. And then he got stuck in time, and she, for some reason, thought, "Hey, I have to take care of this place until Vikram comes back." So she found a way to become immortal, and now she's just 200 years old just to dick around with him. And she is like no nonsense, and she's like, I have done every single job under the sun. So every episode she's like wearing a weird outfit because she comes from another hobby, another job. It is so stupid. I love it.
I love it. Is Flynn in it slightly?
No, no,
No.
no.
Has he
Flynn is,
moved on? Is he dead?
he's not dead. He's the guard. He's now the anchor of the library. Like him and Eve are now in the mirrors in the actual library.
Okay,
And
like how the other guy was.
yeah, like Judson. But we never go into the actual library. We are only in the annex in Belgrade, where Vikram is stationed.
Okay.
So he's just hanging out there. We get references to the fact that sometimes they go into the actual library, but
we don't see it.
they try to keep Vikram away from it because apparently he is notorious for using magic, and we cannot use magic. So they keep him away from the actual library so he doesn't get a hand on all of the artifacts. And he hates it. He's like, oh, I could just pop into the library and get it. No.
I do hope they show the library at one point.
Also, he is not aided by other librarians or librarian prospects. Instead, he is aided by a lady. She's like a doctor, and she has her own company and blah blah blah. But she inherited the castle that houses the annex, and is now introduced to the concept of magic. And she's like, "This is not magic. This is science. I just have to prove to you how it works." That's why she's staying. And
Well, magic is just science. We don't know.
yeah, that's her argument. So she is trying to start to know it. and the other guy is just a guy who's very into the occult, and he's trying to prove conspiracy theories. He gave up his job to become a YouTuber and podcaster, unearthing occult secrets. So now he's finding the library full of magic, and he needs to prove a point. But the library, being the library, deletes all videos he's shooting inside or of magic, so he has to find evidence somehow. And also because he's somewhat of a historian, he teaches Vikram what he missed in the last 200 years.
Amazing. I love that.
Also, the lady who inherited the castle, the science lady, is a doppelganger of the lady that Vikram loved when he got into a time bubble.
Is she like her descendant or something?
Maybe, but also the woman Vikram loved was the fiance of the evil bad guy he was currently fighting, and he got locked in the time bubble with that guy because like the whole thing is all connected. And we know that she lived a fulfilled life, and the new Judson, I love her. I forgot her name, but she's amazing. She doesn't have a first name. She only goes by Miss what's her name. And she said she lived a fulfilled life, and she had a family. We just don't know with who.
Okay. And how many episodes are out?
4 or 5, I think.
Yeah, how many are in the season?
I don't know, 12?
Yeah, sounds
Maybe.
about right for these ones.
Wait, let me check at least how many are out.
That sounds fantastic.
It is. I have to say, it is a lot funnier. Like it's the same amount of funny as the original series, but in a different way. Less stupid humor, and like it actually it went down a little with it almost went back to the movie levels of humor and lore, and like actually weaving things together. It's less of the cartoonish humor, and I really enjoy that. Yes, we have 4 episodes out. Also, the last episode, Cupid happened, and he was so depressed because online dating doesn't require him to do anything because people only want to shag, and true love is dead. So he buried his bow and arrow, and someone found it, and he's he's just in a pub sitting around getting drunk because no one ever believes in love love anymore.
Amazing.
And Vikram is actually friends with Cupid.
Amazing.
But also, they did a mistake. They did an oopsie.
Oh.
Because in the original series of the Librarians, when the library gets all shaken up, Carson and like Flynn and Ezekiel go into a room where you have the Greek and the Roman gods, and you have like the spear of Ares next to the spear of Mars and shit. So they acknowledge that they are the same, but not. And it is described that it is very dangerous if these two touch, because it's like matter and antimatter. I also did a rewatch of the Librarians before the show came out.
I can tell.
But in the Cupid episode, they call him Cupid, but they say his parents were Ares and Aphrodite, which would make him Eros, not Cupid.
Oh God, Jesus fuck! I hate it when that happens.
That is a big mistake. That is a big mistake.
God damn it! It's like no.
And I hate that. Like that is
compared to Mars and Venus.
Yeah. But they said that Daddy like literally Cupid says, "My dad Ares." And I'm like, your dad is Mars. Yeah. Or your name is Eros.
I hate when they do that.
Yeah.
When they say Hercules is the son of Zeus, it's like no.
That's Heracles.
That's Heracles. Hercules is the son of Jupiter. It's like, sure, use Hercules, but make everything else around him Roman. If you want to use the Greek shit, call him Heracles.
Like, you don't even have to change anything. It's literally, at that point, it was literally the same. You just have to change the names consistently.
Yes, but no.
Yeah,
they don't.
Yeah, but that's also a vibe I'm getting with the new Librarians show. they are less on the weird scientific facts that are thrown around. They are
Okay.
more about the actual like Indiana Jones-esque adventure than the nerdy bits.
Um,
But but it's still good. It gives this show a distinct vibe compared to the other show and the movies. And I like it. It's a good thing.
just be prepared for shit like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also Vikram is amazing. Like everything they do is he explains what's going on because again the other characters are not librarians, so he actually has to explain himself, and he does
Yeah.
so. He loves to explain shit, and then he's like, "We can fix this by insert magical device here," and everyone is like, "Vikram, no!" And Vikram is like, "Oh."
But this will immediately fix this problem we have. You're not going into the library.
You're not using magic. Like that's literally the premise of the whole first season. Like he comes back and he's like, "Oh, okay, I gotta go back to the annex." He finds the annex in disrepair because it was cut off because it wasn't needed anymore after he disappeared, right?
Yeah.
So he goes back down into the cellar and is like, "Ha, there's a magic fountain there. I just have to reactivate it and everything is fine." So he reactivates the fountain even though Jake told him magic is a no-no. It's a no-no. We fought tooth and nail a couple of years ago to put it back in the box. Magic is a no-no. Do not let it out. And the first thing Vikram does is run away and open a magic portal. And then he lets magic back in, and then it's basically like the first season of the first show where magic is put back into the world, into the ley lines, and now dormant artifacts are reacting and new artifacts are made. And Jake is like, "Okay, you caused this? You're fixing it!" And then he fucks off.
Yeah. I was like,
Yeah.
I lost a year of my life because of this.
Yeah.
If Flynn ever told him about it, if Flynn and Eve ever said anything about that, because those three don't remember, but Flynn and Eve do.
Flynn and Eve do. And we also have confirmation that both Cassandra and Ezekiel are still working with Jake at the main library because
Awesome.
when he runs through the doors, he screams Jones.
Jones!
and people are talking about Cassandra and Ezekiel and Jake in the background the whole time. Like it is presumed that there's active communication between everyone because they constantly name drop the other ones. We
Cool.
do not have names for their guardians though.
No? No, yeah.
No.
Levy's read 25 books out of 35. Nice.
Nice.
I think I've read 4 books this year.
I read 19 last month.
I know you did.
That's
Jesus fuck.
Listen, that is literally a third of a year for me usually. Like I get to 60. Last year I got to 80 and I was amazed. I'm already over 60 books deep.
I read about 70 books last year. I've read 4.
Wow.
3 of them I only read for a video.
Do we need to bully you into reading shit?
Well, no, because I'm about to do a lot of writing.
Yeah, but also reading. A good writer reads a lot.
Yes, but for me to do this, I need to watch a lot of shit.
And there's the problem.
Yes, yes, it is. But I do have a plan for Captain America: The First Avenger. Because that bit, the only thing I'm changing is writing about Steve's time touring with when he first gets his powers and doing the bail bond shit. Um, that's basically it. And then adding a couple scenes to Agent Carter. And then that's all I have so far.
I do have
I'm not gonna touch any of the other universes. I'm just gonna be working on the main one.
I do have to say Was it yesterday or 2 days ago where I said that I miss writing?
Yes, yesterday.
And today I randomly ended up in one of my project channels on the Discord, and I reread that short story where I killed the queen. And I'm like it tickles in my brain again.
Yes.
I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not sure where it tickles or in what direction it wants to tickle, but it tickles.
Yeah. The difference with me doing this and the sibling versus, but I've watched all of this before. So I'm
Yeah.
literally just getting just solidifying my ideas with this.
Hmm.
Um yeah, because I watched Brave New World on Monday. It's not as bad as people are saying it is. My only gripe is the Israeli propaganda in it.
Yeah, people are saying it's bad because of the propaganda and because the main character is black now.
Sam Wilson can do no wrong.
I know, but they hate it.
I did
They
I
hate it.
did find him frustrating in Falcon and the Winter Soldier because he was immediately hostile to John, who um John was just he did not like apply to be Captain America. He was told he would be Captain
Okay,
America, and then he was trying to. No, let me continue. I
yeah,
love
yeah.
John so
I'm
very much.
I'm holding my thought.
Okay, he was trying to like, hey, let's team up so that we can fix this problem together faster. Why not? And he was being completely civil while Sam and Bucky were being so rude to him. Yes,
The thought I was holding might have been the trauma of losing their best friend.
I get that. However, they then turned around when John lost his best friend and blamed everything on him, even though the guy was a terrorist. He wasn't surrendering.
Yeah,
He just didn't want his face to get hit by a shield.
yeah. I'm right there with you, man. I'm just that would be a common explanation, but also a lot of people hated the Falcon and the Winter Soldier because the lead was black.
Yes,
There was the
yes.
same thing. We had the same thing with the
It's also
show.
the show portrayed John in a very bad lighting. So you were supposed to hate him from the get-go.
Yeah,
Like even when you saw him as John, because the second episode opens up with him
I know.
getting ready to go out as Captain America. Because I did rewatch Falcon and Winter Soldier last week. um, it's like he's a very nervous man. He's a nervous puker.
Yeah,
He like you can tell he doesn't like he would prefer not to have be out in the open and shit. He likes working in the shadows. He's got 3 fucking medals of honor. Like he's not a bad guy.
no.
But the show portrays him as that because he's replacing Steve. He's
Yeah.
replacing Steve.
He's replacing the Captain America.
Yeah.
He's taking his name in vain, so to speak.
Yes, even though he wasn't. He didn't choose to be Captain America. He was told he would be Captain
Yeah.
America. And the government does not like being told no.
Also, there
Uh,
might be a level of like transference, like maybe because both Bucky and what's his name? I forgot.
Sam,
Falcon and Winter Soldier. They are
Sam
both.
Wilson.
Yeah, I always default to Tony Stark's best friend.
Rhodey.
Yeah, I don't know why, but my brain is like, oh, Black Super Soldier's sidekick. Ah, yes. No, wait, what? No, why? I don't know because they recast him doing Iron Man 1 and 2.
Yeah, because
For
the
the
guy wanted more money.
yeah.
He
Anyway,
wanted like, a ridiculous amount of more money for his role. And then he lost the opportunity of a lifetime.
Yeah. Anyway, the point I was
But
trying
Don
to make.
Cheadle does so well.
Yeah. The point I was trying to make. Bucky and Sam were both at that point disillusioned by the brass.
Yeah.
So, and then the brass comes in and takes the name, the title, the thing, the idol that was their best friend, and just tax it onto someone else. I think they were mostly mad at the brass, but they didn't know where to point that anger. So the guy who was wearing the name and the shield
Yeah.
was like the
Like
scapegoat.
the reason John becomes such an asshole at the end is because of Sam and Bucky. Plus
Yeah.
it's what Thunderbolts. I love Thunderbolts. He is such an asshole at the beginning, but then after they become a team and work together, he stops being an asshole.
Huh. It's almost as if he worked through some things.
No, it's like 40 minutes into the movie is about this time he stops being an asshole.
Yeah.
It's great. And yes, he is an asshole. It's a defense. It's a shield. God, I love him so much. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Yeah.
He has replaced Coden in my mind. He, somehow, he replaced my OC that I have been obsessed with for a year and a half. Every waking moment has been thinking about him. Has been replaced by this man.
Amazing. I mean, I literally wrote a whole ass book based on a shitty show that was based on a shitty movie just to make it better and work better. And yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I wrote a 300-page book. I at some point should go back to that and edit that because it's still only a first draft and it's turning 4 years old this year.
What book for that is it?
Huh?
I've never heard of this book before. Tell me about it.
No, you haven't heard of that book before because I wrote it like 4 years ago. And I never touched it since. Like I wanted to
What
let it
show is it
rest.
for?
I wanted to let it rest until for draft two, and then draft two never happened. For the show Dominion, which is based on the movie named Legion, and it's so bad. But the guy who made the show he loves he loved that movie so much that he wanted to buy the IP, and he annoyed the guys who made the movie so much that he eventually got the IP, and then he pitched it to Sci-Fi, and Sci-Fi was like, "Yeah, make that." And Sci-Fi, that was during the time where Sci-Fi was handing out 5-season contracts for absolutely everything. Sci-Fi canceled it after 2 seasons on a cliffhanger because it was so bad, but it's comically bad. If you just go with it, it's comically bad. And the guy that was like 15 years ago, that guy is still holding on to the IP. That guy is still proud to have worked on that. He is still every year putting out a reminder, like on the day that the show ended. Every year he's putting out a reminder. This many years ago, this beautiful show ended, and there are like 2 fans left on Twitter who are still making fan art for it every year.
Amazing.
It's not even fan art, it's just like some oversaturated glitter filter
Oh
smacked on
my
some
shit.
screenshots.
Okay, I shall be right back. I need to go to the toilet.
Have fun. Oh, so yeah, if anyone wants to watch a shitty TV show that is near and dear to my heart, watch Dominion. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, but I love it. Watch it, do you love Levy? Tell me. Talk to me. I'm watching Night Rain in the background, by the way. The filters? You like oversaturated glitter filters. Like the 2008 rainbow background shit. Okay.
Okay, it's that.
Was your peeing successful?
It was a shit, but yes.
How do you shit that fast? Holy shit. Wow.
Practice. Okay.
Oh my god. And that was the moment I read Lebby's comment about that reminds me of the shady edits of Murtha back in the day.
Oh. Okay. I don't know what I was gonna say. James didn't even blink. With what?
Telling us that you took a shit.
Well, you said me. I was just correcting you.
Alright. You know what the best part about Dominion is?
What?
Anthony Stewart Head is in it.
Oh.
With the worst American accent I have ever heard.
Oh my god.
The
Amazing.
Twitter account still exists.
Probably being kept alive by that guy.
Probably.
Amazing.
Look. Like this. It's not like this producer does not have any credible sources. Like he is a writer producer, and I'm reading this line by line. Writer, producer, creator / EP Dominion. The next line: Prison Break 2017, Star Trek Discovery, and now showrunning Jack Ryan for Amazon. Like this
Amazing.
man has talent, but that show, and it's like literally, it's in the first line of his Twitter bio. He is so proud to be the holder of the IP. It is ridiculous. It is so. His pinned tweet. His pinned tweet is the goodbye tweet to Dominion from 2015. His
That's so
pinned
funny.
tweet. He is active on this account, but that is his pinned tweet.
I have actually tried watching Dominion before. I got about 10 minutes in.
Yeah, I know. That's when most people just die. Meanwhile, me rewatching the whole show at least once every year and then spiraling into a rewatch spin. Like, I know these episodes line by line.
Amazing.
I am not even kidding. I know way too much about this show. I watched it when it first came out, and I have never recovered from that. It is like a fungal infection in my brain.
I think this is the show I'm thinking about. Okay, there is apparently a
Oh
movie theater around me called Dominion, so Yeah, this is the one with the angels and shit.
Yeah. Oh my god. March 28th this year. Does any of the Dominion family, which remind you is 2 people and then I am in there somewhere, have a higher resolution of this photo of the guy who played Michael? Like that was 2.5 months ago. Also, he apparently lost his home in the Palisades fire. Very sad.
Damn. Yeah, Anthony had.
Yeah.
Holy
He,
shit.
he tweeted, "Sadly, my family lost our home in the fires." And you know what he's highlighting? "And I lost all my beloved Dominion fan art." I was so like he literally had a giant ass Dominion like poster in his office. This man is so obsessed with this IP. Yeah, on the 25th of September, that's Dominion Day because that's when Dominion ended.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, it is Prue, and Dee. I don't know these ladies, but they are amazing. Prue and Dee. Every year. They even petitioned, I think like 2 or 3 years ago, they petitioned for Netflix to take up the series and then do a third season. It's been 15 years. It's like just these 3 people.
You know what we need to get a third season of? Shadow and Bone.
You know what we need another season to be made of? Wheel of Time.
My one thing is that I'm glad Warrior Nun is at least getting movies.
Yeah.
You need to watch Warrior Nun. It's so good.
And now I want to rewatch Dominion. Oh no.
Dude, no, watch Warrior Nun. It's gay.
I watched 2 episodes of Warrior Nun and didn't like it.
So the first time I tried watching, I did watch the first two and then I stopped. And then the second time was when it got renewed for the movies. And I was like, okay, everyone seems to be really excited for this. So I'm gonna try it again. And I got through those first 2 episodes. And it's so good.
Hmm.
It's just the beginning that drags,
Maybe
which
I
is the show's like detriment.
maybe I try again.
Yeah. God, it is so good. Also, the leading girl is Chris Evans' wife now. So, which I was so shocked when I learned that. I was like, wait, that's the girl from Warrior Nun.
I gotta stop. I'm doing a deep dive on his Twitter account. Ugh.
Yeah, stop. You don't need to watch that shitty show again.
Yeah, I do. I really
No,
do.
no.
The thing is, the show is basically fan fiction for the movie. The movie wasn't good. But also it's basically this guy wrote fan fiction. This guy got paid big time to write fan fiction of a shitty movie that he was obsessed with. And it's like so funny because he says he loved the concept and blah 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 blah, and it is a really good concept, and he himself in his show seeded so many great concepts, which is why I took all of that and then wrote a book about it to make it good. But like he didn't do it. Like it's literally the level of research a casual fan would do. Because he's like, oh yeah, I theorized about how the angels in heaven would work. He didn't. He
No.
barely theorized how his characters would work together.
No, it's like actual fan fiction instead of like a show runner.
Then it would be good. If it were an actual fan fiction, it would be good.
Yeah, but since it's an official show,
Yeah.
no.
But it was nice, kind of, because it brought business to South Africa, because it was completely shot in South Africa with a lot of South African actors. So that
Yeah.
was nice. But yeah, I can terrorize my best friend because I told her this show is so bad, don't watch it, and she immediately started to watch it, and she agreed, like, this is so bad. Why am I watching this? And I was like, I don't know. I told you to stop, and she watched it all the way through. It's so bad. Like, I told her it's like a fungus. Is when you just sit down long enough, it's like a fungus. It's like mold. It spreads and you can't stop. And she agrees this is bad. Yet we watch it together at least once every year. It is so bad. And we have this insider joke. It's from an interview of the costume designer. Because in season 2 there were some interesting decisions made with one of the characters' outfits. And she explained in an interview that she was going for celestial country chic.
What?
And every time I say that, my best friend just gets the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, just imagine an angel, right? Just a guy with
Yeah.
wings, and he's wearing a very a very dark and broody coat, but it accommodates his wings. And he's wearing a tank top underneath, and he's wearing some sturdy pants and some combat boots, and then he's wearing like a cowboy belt for his celestial swords on it. In the desert. Celestial country chic. And that is one of the better things coming out of this show. It's so bad. It's so
Amazing.
bad. I kind of want to subject Levy to it because the level of angst between certain characters is, I think, right up their alley.
The fuck?
Yeah. Levy, I can give you the sanitized version. I can cut out the scenes where you see the angst and the great acting, honestly. Like, this is another show where the actors did their best, their very best with what they were given.
Oh my god.
At least two of them. One actor is just no facial expressions, doesn't even know how to put emphasis on words. He is so bad.
They were like, this is a shit show. I'm giving my minimum.
No. I watched other things from this actor because I thought it's an artistic choice to just not have any expression because he's an angel. He's playing an angel. So I was like, okay, maybe he's just so detached from mankind, right? I watched other things with this man in it. No, that's just how this guy acts.
Who is this guy?
Tom Wisdom.
Tom Wisdom.
Tom Wisdom.
Let's see if I have seen anything with him.
Also, you don't watch my videos, but I did that. I hinted at the insider joke with the I have two very gorgeous looking volumes of an manga thing because
Yeah.
of this show. I swear, because of that show.
He was in Endgame?
Yep.
What does Loki Reader mean?
I don't know, but here I have these gorgeous pieces because the title of them is Sanctify. I saw that in the bookstore and I was like immediately, I need to get this just for the name. I read the blurb and it sounded intriguing and it looks amazing, but just because of the name Sanctify, I got these because this is the inside joke. One character in Dominion runs around. He can exorcise angels possessing bodies by putting up his hand and screaming, "Sanctify this body!" at people. So the inside joke between my best friend and me is just sanctify. We just randomly scream sanctify at each other. Because of this show. Because of this shitty show. It's so dumb.
Yeah,
The
he
show is
doesn't
called-
seem like a great actor because he's in barely anything.
He's not. He truly is not. Levy, the show is called Dominion, but if you look it up, you have to look for Dominion Sci-Fi, SYFY, because there are a lot of things with the name Dominion out there. If you want to
Yeah.
watch the movie is called Legion, and I think it's on Netflix. It's with Paul
Yeah.
Bettany, aka the computer of Tony Stark, aka Vision.
Yeah, Jarvis.
Yeah. Doesn't make the movie any better.
No. Yeah, I don't know who he would have been in Endgame.
A
'Cause I
random.
don't know what
He's probably a random
Loki
soldier.
reader means.
He's probably a random
He
soldier
was
with
probably
one
in one
line.
of the fucking time travel scenes
Maybe.
where there was like two of them in
Like
one.
this man did not have a major main role since Dominion.
Yeah, nah, he hasn't been in anything since 2020.
I know.
That's enemy lines. What
And
even is that
and
movie?
for a reason. It's for a reason. Let me. I will send you some clips. Of course, they hit harder with context, but I can give you the context in written forms. You don't have to subject yourself to
Oh, John Hammers.
over 20 episodes of that. So
There are 21 episodes
yes,
of Dominion.
and I know them all.
The movie first and then the
Yes.
show. Hello, Jean. How are you?
Here's the thing. The show is so far removed from the movie. You can watch either or. The movie is
I think
literally just the elevator pitch for the show, and the show explains enough in the first intro. Like you get a full like One Piece opening. 25 years ago, the angels descended from heaven and destroyed mankind. But one angel fought with mankind, and his name was Michael. And 25 years ago, he saved a baby who was the chosen one who will defeat the angel. Like, you literally get a full opening. Magic tattoos. Yeah.
June, we're talking about Legion and its TV show Dominion. Don't watch either of
Do
them.
not watch it. If you value your mental health, do not watch it.
Don't watch it.
It's so bad.
Yeah, we're not sprinting anymore. We did our one and only
Yeah.
sprint.
It is so bad. I love it. It's like Sharknado, but it is my Sharknado.
I haven't actually watched Sharknado. I need to watch them.
No,
But I'm going through all the MCU movies
yeah.
first. Yeah, but Apocalypse is back. Why did that guy bring him back? Did they actually film on location at Auschwitz?
No.
Okay,
No,
good.
I can I was there. First and foremost, I went to Auschwitz once. It does not
Yeah.
look like that. And B, you do not
Okay.
get permission to film anything but a documentary in the camps. And
That's true.
even getting that license is incredibly hard. So you don't get
That's true.
access to a camp like that to shoot a shitty action movie.
Right, like I'm so glad that's not the case. But the fact that they even like brought the Holocaust
Yeah.
survivor back to Auschwitz.
Yeah, no. I can confirm like we are taking great care of these because these are A, museums, and B,
Yeah.
they are also like memorials. Like the whole camps are preserved
Yeah.
as memorials. So it is impossible to shoot there if you are not shooting a very detailed and gold standard documentary.
Yeah. Which I'm
Yeah.
glad it's like that because like the plantations in
Yeah,
America.
you can just go there and film. It's ugh.
Yeah. Did you hear that the biggest one fucking got
Did
burnt
you
down?
hear that they blame Annabelle because she was in New Orleans?
Yes. And then she fucking went
Yeah,
missing.
and the bone lady literally went to the van Annabelle was in and did like, no, go away, no, like she used her magic to dispel Annabelle. Leave us, just fuck off. The bone lady.
And
But also, I saw the brilliant thing because TikTok declared that all gingers are black for like a week, and that was the week it
yes.
burned down. So Annabelle was like, "Okay, I gotta help the ancestors now because she's a red-headed puppet."
there's so much that went into that shit.
Brilliant. And now people are calling for her to
The
go to
fact
Washington.
that they managed to fucking stop the fire and then it reignited.
And didn't it do it like 3
Oh,
times or something? Like it did it
yeah.
multiple times where they extinguished it and then it just started again. Yeah.
Yeah. Go to DC,
Yeah.
please.
People are calling.
We need the orange man out of office.
People are calling for her to be sent to.
Have you seen the fucking taco trend?
The what trend?
Let me.
Oh
let me
yeah,
fucking-
yes. That he's chickens out.
Always chicken
Drowned
out.
chickens out.
Fire.
Drowned chickens out. Yeah. I am very intrigued what's going to happen because the new president of Germany is going there now to meet with him in person.
That's
Yeah, it's
interesting.
Jean.
Did you see the fucking Trojan horse shit in Russia?
Yeah,
It was the modern day Trojan
I saw.
horse. And not only did they cause like billions in damage, it's also going to cost them billions because they now have to check everything that comes into the country.
Listen. I saw that. I saw a video about that, and I opened the comment section because I wanted to know when that happened. And everyone was like, "Oh, Odysseus rounding up the boys again." Like people are making jokes that Hades is completely confused because there's this giant public viewing watch party going on in the underworld. But Persephone's with him and she seems happy, so he's like, yeah, okay, I guess we can do that now. And
I saw that comment.
Athena shaking one of her siblings, like, I told you it works. Been there, done that. Let's do it again. Yeah. Jean, you never heard of them, and that is good. Your life is better for not knowing.
I'm pretty sure my sister recommended me the show, and I got 10 minutes and I was like, nah.
Dude, the first 10 minutes aren't even the worst. The first 10 minutes aren't even the worst. Oh, I have to find that. Because for the first couple of episodes, my best friend and we texted each other, and I took screenshots of that because it is so fucking funny. I need y'all to read some of these. Wait, where's mine? There. Like, it's so funny. Like, sometimes we just go through that folder because we need a good laugh. Like, one character literally switches names in the middle of the show for no reason. No reason.
Did I just start calling him a different name, or is it mentioned?
He is his name is General. Like he goes by General Reason because that's his rank and his last name, and then his first name is Richard. But then at some point it becomes Sam, and no one knows why, and it is never spoken about. He just at some point starts introducing himself as Sam, and everyone
the writer absolutely forgot that his name was Richard.
Probably because everyone behaves like Sam was his name all along.
Yeah, so they totally forgot that they already named this
now
guy.
his name is General Sam Richard Reason for us. Because like his first and I pulled the joke, his first name is General.
That's fucking some major shit.
No. Wait, where is it?
God, I need to watch Catch 22. Lewis Pullman's in it.
What?
I love Lewis Pullman.
Here.
And also House. Hugh Laurie's in it.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was a movie, but apparently it's a TV show. Because I did go through the entire filmography of the Thunderbolts names.
Oh my!
Because I'm crazy. I
have to share the promotional photos of this show with you. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah. Like the promotional material is people like they took actual art pieces of angels and gave them heavy machinery weapons like a Gatling gun. They
What? Send them.
photoshopped a Gatling gun onto a Renaissance angel painting.
Fucking show me,
Yeah.
bitch.
I'm on it. Wait. You can actually Google these, right?
But I need to know if it's like the actual
Minions.
ones or not.
First and foremost, I need to show you the poster, the promotional poster for season 2, because that shit is ridiculous.
Okay.
It's an angel with a flamethrower in his hands. It is so dumb.
I'm waiting with bated breath.
I need to find a resolution that works. Yes, here. This might as well be the poster to some random porn. I don't know. Please perceive. Feast your eyes.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That is the promotional poster for season 2. None of these people on the poster are actually in the show.
Oh my god. What? None of them, not even like the
Nope.
people front and center.
Nope.
Why the fuck would you make a promotional
I don't
poster
know.
with none of the characters?
Want to see the season 1 cover?
It's so
Shitty
bad. Like
It
it's way
is
too
so
busy for a promotional poster. It's
it
just the fucking framing. This is a bad poster.
Yes! And it tells you everything about the show you need to know.
This guy doesn't even look like he's holding a gun.
No, because he probably wasn't.
It's been photoshopped
Feast your eyes
in.
upon the promotional material for season 1.
It's opening.
It's a Renaissance.
What the
It's a
fuck?
Renaissance angel painting with a Gatling gun. Yep, there are multiple.
The composition of that post is just
There are
bad.
multiple
Oh,
posters like this, by the way. It's so bad. Ugh. Ugh.
they used a two person gun
Yeah,
on this. It was a two-person
yep,
gun. It's basically impossible to use that gun with one
yep.
person.
It's so bad. And there are like multiple versions. Like there's one with like, there are multiple angel pictures like that where they just photoshopped guns on them. Okay, now let me see if these are in English. They should be in English.
What the fuck is this one? What the fuck is that? It's just, oh my god, this one! It is the same guy, just fucking rotated. It's the same image, just rotated. It's the same guy. I think you'll let Jonah. Jonah. No. Move for me, bitch. Jonah. Okay, Jonah's frozen. What do we want to talk about? How I can hear you. It was so bad even Jonah's internet doesn't want to work. Hello. You're moving again. Hello.
Yes, okay, cool. Yeah. I tried to do too many things at once. So I can't give you the chat logs between me and my best friend because my laptop doesn't agree. My laptop doesn't glory that is Dominion. But yeah, now that you have perceived the promotional
Yeah, I
material.
have to turn it off. I can't get over the fact that they just rotated this guy.
Yeah.
It is the exact same image of both of them. They just rotated him.
Yeah.
He's full on standing, just rotated.
And that is literally all you need to know about the show.
That's so bad.
But do you see what I mean when I say as a fan fiction it would have worked?
Yeah, literally, it would have. And that is, oh my God.
Yep.
Like, that guy is obviously standing when the photo is being
Uh-huh.
taken. He's not, like, pressed against
Nope.
rocks.
I think they wanted to make it look like he's falling or has fallen to the ground, something like that. Like the
Yeah.
iconic thing. Like it might actually be that they shot it that way and then turned it around for the sideways thing because there is a statue where Michael defeats the devil, and that is very reminiscent of that.
Yeah.
So it might be that one, and then they rotated it to the side. Who knows?
God damn it.
Yep.
That's so
Uh-huh.
bad. The wings look so bad
They were
too.
practical
Like, that's
effects.
obvious.
Not in the
This,
posters, but in the show, they were actually practical effects. The wings.
yeah, like, I fucking love practical effects and I'm so glad they were, but this is photoshopped as
Yeah.
fuck.
No, but in the show, they were actually practical effects. And the fact like they had to shoot a lot of things in like very open, flat areas. And if you take that into account, and you take into account that the actors never did any rope work and did their own stunts when they had to fly, it was okay.
Why didn't they do rope work?
Because it was the 2010s and these actors are barely actors.
Except Anthony
Yeah.
Head.
But he didn't have to fly. So.
No. God, that's so terrible.
It's so bad.
And his collarbones,
Yeah.
bro.
Yep, I know. I love the angels with the Gatling guns. It's so stupid.
I can't even do a proper Facebook, but
Oh my god! Oh my god! I found the glorious one that didn't make sense even if you know the show. They put a Renaissance angel. They put a Renaissance angel painting in the BDSM leather mask and gave it a whip. It doesn't make sense in the context of the show. It just exists. It just exists. There's little to no sexual content going on in it. I mean, we have one or two shower scenes, but like, it does not make sense at all. It is so dumb.
I am deeply concerned that you're obsessed with this show.
I found my favorite. I found my favorite one. Yeah, you should be concerned that I'm deeply in love with this show.
My roommate is making weird noises. I'm
Yeah, it's
sorry
fine.
if you can hear
The
him.
thing is, I recognize that this show is bad. This angel is either so over having to hold up an ammunition belt, or they just came because they were handed an ammunition belt. Yep. Yep, we're seeing that.
And they thought this was good?
Yeah, they did.
It does explain so much about Jonah.
Yeah, it does. It does. I found the rocket launcher one! I'm so sorry that I'm dragging you all into this. I'm so sorry. It's like mold, I told you.
Okay, it's not showing up so let's just
There's also another one where an angel is handing a random woman a package of condoms. Again, it has nothing to do with the story of the show. I mean, yes, Michael is introduced to us after an orgy he just had. It's so dumb. I stop now. I promise I stop now. I stop. I stopped. I already stopped.
No, Levy, no wait. No wait. Holy fuck.
It is so absurd.
I mean, it's sci-fi. It makes sense.
I mean, it is the right amount of weird for sci-fi of that era, but oh my god.
Yeah.
It's just bad.
Jesus
Yes,
fucking
yes, we are
Christ.
introduced to Michael after an orgy. And then he jumps out of the Space Needle. Well, the copy of the Space Needle that is in Las
In Seattle?
No, the copy of the Space Needle that is in Las Vegas.
Okay.
Lives up there.
So not even the right fucking Space
No.
Needle.
He lives up there and he had an orgy and he feels very guilty about it. And his not girlfriend is like, well, if you feel so guilty about it, then why are you constantly inviting us over? Maybe he should just end it. And then he just jumps out of that needle. And at that point, we don't know.
Yeah, I think
At that point, we don't know he's Michael. And then he just spreads his wings and starts flying.
Yeah, I think I got to her telling
Yeah.
him to just end it, and then I turned it
Yeah.
off.
You did not miss a thing. The next scene is him whipping the main character because he ran away. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. The show is also riddled with continuity errors. Like, when I watched that with my best friend, like, she was like, ah, this seems practical. I'm like, yeah, say goodbye to that. You're never going to see it again. Like, I said that every episode.
I hate continuity errors so much. Like if I as a watcher am able to keep up with it, you should be able
Yes,
to.
Larry, Archangel Michael has weekly orgies during the apocalypse. And he feels guilty about it.
You do not watch this. Do not watch this. Do not watch this, Levy.
You want a link, Levy?
No. No. Stop it. stop it. You stop it.
It's like mold. It's like mold in your brain.
I hate everything about this.
Yeah, you should. You truly should. They had a Tumblr account.
Of course they fucking did.
There are like the Tumblr itself is not active anymore, but you can still find remnants of it, which leads you to an almost interactive website. Parts of it died, of course, in the past 15 years, but parts of it are still active. It's so weird.
No. No, Levy, do not fall for this. I hate you so much, Jonas.
You love me.
I hate you
Listen, I could have made it worse.
so
I could
much.
have made it worse. We have Buffy.
Hey, you know what I can do
Huh? Kick me out of the server.
as the owner of this server?
Listen, I could have made it worse. Because we have Buffy in the sibling verse, meaning we have Anthony Stewart Head in the sibling verse. I did not put Dominion into the sibling verse. Be grateful.
Levy, be thankful I deleted that fucking link. Because I am the server owner. I could delete your fucking
Yeah, but
messages.
do you know what you can't delete? Private messages.
DMs.
Mhm.
Yeah. At least Kirsty won't be sucked into this too.
I am so sorry. It's the worst, and I think I want to watch it again.
No.
Yes.
I need to redo my fucking Skyrim mods
Why?
because like half the quests I have are like fucked.
Mm,
But I may just leave that till I get enough for my next laptop so it can actually run it properly.
yeah. So
Because
what?
like my Skyrim hyperfixation is well over.
Yeah. I mean, it was successfully
Um,
replaced.
It was successfully replaced by the MCU. Thank you, Thunderbolts.
Yeah. So today you're watching all of the X-Men movies, or?
Yeah, I'm watching everything in timeline
Uh-huh.
order. Let me. So I've watched First Class, Days of Future Past, and Origins Wolverine. I'm halfway through Apocalypse. Next I have Howard the Duck, and then it's Dark Phoenix.
Yeah.
And then it's Captain Marvel, Blade, and then it's the start of the X-Men trilogy. But like this is when it starts having everything interjected in with it. Because it's X-Men, Spider-Man, Daredevil, Blade 2, X2, Spider-Man 2, Blade Trinity, Elektra, Fantastic Four, X-Men, Last
Oh my
Stand.
god, I forgot about the
Fantastic
Elektra
Four.
movie.
Yeah, Daredevil and Elektra, because Elektra, they're in there because Elektra
I know.
shows up in Deadpool Wolverine.
Oh, okay. I have to make myself dinner. I'm getting a headache.
And then Spider-Man 3, and then finally Iron Man. The Avengers happens as the 32nd thing on this list.
And you're not even watching the old movies where Iron Man looked like a dildo.
Yeah, I do need to watch them at one point, but
do you know? Because no one is paying attention to those.
Look, if anything in the MCU references anything else, I am watching it.
I don't think they ever mentioned those things.
No, it hasn't mentioned
Oh, okay,
those
question
ones.
though. Because
Yeah.
technically, Deadpool in the first movie mentions the Green Lantern, which is not an MCU movie, but still.
No, yeah, he mentions it in number 2 too, because he's like kills himself with the script in it. But I mean, like multiversal things, not just a
Yeah.
reference to a movie like Deadpool does. Um,
Levy, you need to
yeah.
watch the new
I
Daredevil.
have
It is so good.
I have not seen it yet because I have not seen the original Daredevil. I've tried several
Mhm.
times. I get like 3 episodes in and I'm like, this is so fucking boring.
That is actually a show that gets better.
Okay, I have to push
Yeah.
through it
Yeah.
because
But I would actually argue.
it's part of
I
the
know.
MCU. If you want me to, it'll probably be easier if I like stream it and someone watches it with me.
I mean, you can. The thing is that specifically the Daredevil one, I would say, gets better the longer it goes on. Season 2 is so good. Season 3,
Because
and the new
I
season,
watched Jessica Jones
yeah,
season 1 and I loved that.
yeah, same. But season 2 was, yeah. But the new Daredevil is really good. People think it's boring. People say it's boring because he doesn't really go around fighting people, but it's actually about his internal fight with himself.
Yeah, which is why it's called Born Again.
Yes, and like it's really good. It's a lot of angst, a lot of Catholic guilt too towards the end. Like it's really good.
Yeah. I love that like a 2017 movie is the last thing on this list because it happens in 2029.
Wow.
And that's Logan.
Wow.
Like technically you need to watch Logan before Deadpool and
I
Wolverine.
haven't watched Logan yet. It's the one movie
I watched it in cinemas. It's I've only seen it the one time, but it leads into the New Mutants.
I mean, I will watch it eventually, but
Yeah. Oh well.
yeah, I need to make food. I'm
That's
getting a headache.
Yeah, I just can't wait till I get to fucking Agents of Shield.
Why? Everything else so horrible.
I love it. No, I love Agents of Shield, and I haven't seen it
Huh.
in a while.
I never got into
I
it.
love Fitzsimmons. I love Fitzsimmons. They're
I
great.
never got into Agents of Shield. I tried to watch it, but just didn't click with me.
That's fair.
I did like Agent Carter though.
I liked the first season. The second season fell off,
I liked
and I can absolutely see why it
yeah,
was cancelled, especially since episode 9 started off with a very unnecessary music
yeah.
number about her love triangle.
I liked Agent Carter, and I liked it even more when Howard Stark was in it.
I loved I love Howard.
Howard Stark
I love
just a
him.
like because every time we see him in the movies, he's like this well put together businessman, but he's such a chaos gremlin. He, he's worse than
Such a
Tony.
chaos gremlin.
He-
He's so much worse than Tony.
he's more
Oh,
like Flynn Carson than like Tony Stark, and I love that.
yes, yes. I love Howard so fucking
Also,
much.
like the
I
original Jarvis to him is just comedy gold.
It is. Oh, I fucking love it. But I know Howard was a bad dad to
Yeah.
Tony, but like
But that was before he was a
I
parent. Like
understand.
Agent Carter was technically before he really was a parent. So
Yeah, it was before he met
yeah.
Maria.
So
Um, so that was this that to me they're two separate
yeah.
characters.
I mean, he's
Um,
basically in Agent Carter. We meet Howard Stark in the age range he probably was that we meet Tony in. But Tony
Yeah.
grew up with a silver spoon and daddy issues, and Howard is just a guy with a genius he doesn't know where to put.
Yeah. And you can tell how much he fucking cared about
Yeah.
Steve. Oh, it's like I totally understand why Tony has such a complex around Steve because Howard was obsessed with finding
Yeah.
him.
Like it's totally the story between those three characters is totally given. Steve was basically his son during that time, and then he had an actual son, but he lost his first son, so he never got over that.
Yeah. And him being protective about Steve's blood.
Yeah. I mean, that was also
Oh,
just
God.
also a security issue he needs to think about, but
Yes.
he probably also was because he knew Steve wouldn't like that going out. Like it wasn't just only because the science behind it, also like he respected Steve's wishes basically. Because Steve would
Yeah.
never want anyone to go through that shit like him. And he saw what evil it could do.
And yeah, Josiah Bradley happened. Have you seen Brave New
No.
World? You should. It's good. Apart from the Israeli.
I wait until I can watch it without
Yeah,
I
what?
wait until I can watch it without paying for it.
Yeah. Well, it's on Disney Plus, so it should be available
Yeah, I know.
elsewhere.
I just wait for people to upload it because I do have Disney Plus, but I also don't want to give them the clicks, you know?
Yeah. That's very fair. It just sucks that they inserted the Israeli propaganda into Sam Wilson's movie
Yeah.
because she basically did nothing.
Of course he didn't do anything.
And she's an ex-widow and she had the chance to kill a guy and didn't fucking take it.
Weak.
No, okay. Because this guy, he was being controlled, which she didn't know, but he opened up a cell with prisoners in it and then shot these prisoners while she was pointing a gun at him. She didn't do shit to stop him.
And she calls herself a widow.
Yeah, apparently she's ex-widow.
Elena would have killed the guy before he even thought about shooting.
Right. Yeah, apparently she grew up in the Red Room and was an ex-widow, but nah.
No, if she grew
Nah.
up there, she would have recognized the threat immediately and neutralized it. Because
Yeah,
she could, because
nah.
in her the way these kids are programmed, for her in her brain, she would have recognized this is for the greater good. Like you can't even explain it away which she wants to be a good guy now. No. If she were the good guy, she would have killed the guy. Like
Yeah, but nah. Nah.
bye, Levy.
She was bye. She's just a bad character. She does nothing. She does nothing.
Yeah, but I really need to make dinner. I'm getting a headache.
Yeah, it has been about
Yeah,
90 minutes as well.
Dude, this is the longest stream we had in a while. And it's just
It
nothing.
is.
It's just a bunch of nothing.
Yeah, we did one sprint. 3 hours
We
of
did
talking.
what the title says. That's all that matters.
Yes, it is a sprint. It is not a typo.
Maybe you should put that in brackets, not a typo.
Yes. Okay, I'm doing it now.
Like no explanation, just not a typo.
Not a typo.
People need to figure out the rest for themselves. We need to teach them media literacy.
Yes. Let's fucking find it.
Levy, I won't be here on Saturday. I have a D&D sessions with the Munchkins.
Yeah.
Amazing.